Chapter 3706. In front of the 5 of them, a low tree appeared. The leaves were green like jade ornaments. The breeze swayed and countless fluorescent lights shone. Zichen looked ahead, and there was a touch of excitement in his calm eyes. There was an exclamation beside him. This time, as soul hunters, their perception was no longer dull. The small tree in front of them was surging with soul power, just like the Fate Soul fruit. How is this possible? Vern and Clark widened their eyes, feeling incredible. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. This is nothing. Zichen walked forward. In fact, he wanted to say that the world was abnormal like before, but he changed his mind. Don't be stunned. Let's start picking these leaves. Zichen's eyes lit up as he looked at the short trees. It was as if he was looking at a treasure mine that had never been mined before. These small trees surged with soul power, so naturally, all the leaves were useful. But they were also divided into levels and good and bad. The leaves here alone could allow him to harvest a lot of Fate's soul fruits. Zichen stepped forward and picked all the best ones. Dalt, who had been proficient in this work, picked them for the second time. Liang Bao was the third time, and Vern and Clark were the fourth time. During this period, Zichen continued to walk forward, and a stream appeared not far away. The stream meandered downstream like a spiritual python. Zichen took a sip of the water here, and his soul power became more obvious. The effect of making tea with the water here would undoubtedly be better. In less than 2 days of travel, his guess was verified. What about the depths? What else would be waiting for him? Zichen was full of curiosity about the depths. This thing can be eaten. At this moment, Vern's excited voice sounded. He picked up a leaf and began to chew it excitedly. Zichen smiled and said, "It's too wasteful to just eat it." At this moment, Zichen felt that there would be endless things to do in the future. He stared at the depths. In the years to come, he would thoroughly explore this mysterious area as an ordinary person. Based on the speed of the 5 of them, it would be difficult for them to collect all the tea leaves here. Therefore, Zichen only collected a portion of it before the group of 5 turned back. When they returned to Kata, the sky was already dark. It took them exactly 3 days. The latest batch of tea leaves was ready, and Zichen named them for the first time. Soul Leaf Tea. There were a total of 5 levels, which represented the strength of one's soul power. Even the lowest level, the first level, could still allow one to sense the existence of soul power. The appearance of the soul leaf tea caused quite a commotion in Kata. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen something other than the life soul fruit that could increase soul power. The price was not high, and the sales were very good. On the second trip, Zichen was no longer alone. Instead, he took nearly 100 people with him. Clark and Vern were still in the team. In addition, there were dozens of soul hunters. This time, other than harvesting a large amount of soul leaf tea, Zichen also planned to build a temporary camp nearby for everyone to rest. In his heart, he already had a plan for the future. Those ordinary people were very willing to help Zichen because there was a reward, and it was far more than their usual reward. With more than 100 people working at the same time, it only took 3 days for a temporary camp to be built. During this period, the tall fence was extremely eye-catching. During these few nights, the chilly wind blew, bringing with it an extreme chill, but there was no danger. Therefore, Zichen let Vern and Clark go back first. It was a complete waste to leave such a powerful combat force here. Although the 2 of them were very willing and did not want any reward, how could Zichen have the nerve to use such top combat force for nothing? The temporary camp was built according to Zichen's plan. It was very sturdy because they would not stay here for a day or 2, but for many years. After everything was arranged, Zichen gestured for everyone to start harvesting tea leaves. The level 6 Dalta taught everyone some essentials. Zichen took a few soul hunters to the depths of the forest to chop down some big trees. He drew pictures for the soul hunters, which were wooden barrels and handcarts, and asked them to make them first. Next, he was going to pull the water back. Because the water here was also very extraordinary. After seeing the pictures, Everyone was very surprised and began to make them. The wooden barrels were relatively simple, but the handcarts were more difficult. Fortunately, these soul splitters had plenty of time and could slowly figure it out. Obviously, the number of people was not enough, so Zichen asked Alter to go back and bring more people over. The current Kata tribe had more than 20,000 people, and there were many ordinary people among them. Naturally, they could have as many as they wanted. Those soul hunters were also at Zichen's disposal. It could be said that in this area, only Zichen could do such a feat. If it were other ordinary people, how could they mobilize so much manpower and material resources? Fortunately, Zichen was very far-sighted and the temporary camp was large enough. After these people came here, they only needed to build a place to stay. Once they had a place to stay, everything else would be easy to deal with. Zichen left these things to the others to deal with, while he continued to go deeper. The things that he found with soul power were not ordinary, but compared to the life soul fruit, they were nothing. He was very clear about this, but compared to the soul hunters, there were more ordinary people here, which was a very large group. If they could be self-reliant, their lives would be greatly guaranteed. If they had found these things earlier, Shanya would not have been dragged down by the others in Kata. A few more days passed, and Zichen found a fruit with soul power. These fruits were everywhere, and there were quite a few of them, shining under the sun. Obviously, this was another big discovery. When he found these things with soul power, Zichen was also thinking about why these things appeared, and gradually found some clues. That was the soil. The soil here had soul power, and the things that grew in the soil naturally had soul power. Not far away, Zichen found a river, and the soul power in the river was much thicker than the one near the camp. What is going on? Zichen's heart was filled with doubt. The next day, he came to this place again, drank a mouthful of water, and then carefully sensed. He did not speak, and walked around nearby, then returned to the temporary camp. On the third day, Zichen came again, and drank water again, and looked around. It was the same on the fourth day. This situation continued for half a month. In this half a month, Zichen found some abnormalities, as if the water quality here was getting better, and the soul power in the water was getting thicker. After taking a big gulp, he actually felt full. After the temporary camp had stabilized, Zichen finally made up his mind to enter the depths of the camp to investigate. On the same day, he sent a message to Noah. In the Kata tribe, other than Shanya, he was the only other Realm 9. Chapter 3707. Noah had long known that Zichen had been very busy recently. Even the ordinary people had been busy as well. According to the people who came back occasionally, they had gained a lot. However, he did not expect that Zichen would ask him to go. He was very curious about what Zichen wanted to do. Ever since the previous incident, he was full of admiration for Zichen. Therefore, when Zichen asked someone to pass the message, Noah naturally had to go. In less than 2 hours he arrived at the temporary camp that would take everyone 2 days to travel. This was Noah's first time here. At this moment, the scale of the camp had exceeded that of an ordinary small village. Many people were busy. He saw that some people were currently covering the wooden barrels that were filled with water. Then, they used a special method to seal the barrels. Some people were taking some wild fruits and placing them into bamboo baskets. Some soft leaves were placed at the edges of the bamboo baskets to prevent bumps along the way from damaging the soul power inside. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner, and this place was like a huge factory. When someone saw Noah, they were very surprised and immediately bowed to him. Noah nodded at everyone and asked, "Where is Zichen?" Someone pointed the direction to Noah. Noah nodded and thanked them. He followed the direction to find Zichen. When Noah saw Zichen, he happened to see Zichen putting life soul fruits into a cloth bag. He was a little puzzled. "You came at the right time. We should go." After seeing Noah enter, Zichen obviously sped up. "What are you doing?" Noah asked curiously. Zichen said, "Although there are fruits that can replace life soul fruits, in terms of quality, life soul fruits are still of a higher grade. This time, We might have to go out for a long time, so we have to prepare all the food in advance. Go out for a long time? Where are we going? Noah was even more curious. Zichun, who had about 100 life soul fruits, tightened the cloth bag and said, "The end of Stranger Lands." What? The end of Stranger Lands? Noah was puzzled. There is nothing in Stranger Lands. Why are we going to the end? Zichun walked out of the room with a cloth bag on his back. He pointed around and said, "You call this nothing?" Noah said, "I admit that your discovery is unique, but what's the point? Besides, you admitted it yourself that no matter what you found, it couldn't compare to the life soul fruit." Zichun was not angry that Noah looked down on his major discovery. Instead, he said calmly, "You don't like it, but it doesn't mean that others don't like it. Do you know what kind of situation Kata was in when I first came here?" Noah was silent. He had heard about what had happened to Kata at that time. When he learned that those people had abandoned Shanya, he was so angry that he almost went to Clark and Vern to settle accounts. Even so, he still made the two of them suffer a lot when they sparred later on. At that time, there were only 4 soul hunters in Kata, but there were more than 100 ordinary people. The harvest of Shanya and the others was barely enough to sustain Kata's survival. The premise was that there were no accidents. If there were any accidents, the entire Kata would be in danger of being destroyed. Zichun pointed ahead and said, "But what if Kata had these things at that time? Those ordinary people could be self-reliant. Shanya and the others' harvest could be used to improve themselves. Her identity as a god's chosen would not be wasted." Looking at the silent Noah, Zichun said, "I admit that the things here can't compare to the life soul fruit, but they can make ordinary people self-reliant. They don't have to rely on those soul hunters anymore." Zichun looked at Noah and said, "This is a revolution. It can change this era so that no one will starve." Noah, who was once from Kata and had seen many small villages, naturally understood what Zichun meant. Because he understood, he admired him even more. For him, who was in the 9th realm, these were nothing. However, for ordinary people who could not become soul hunters, these were lives comparable to the life soul fruit. Once they could be self-reliant, no one could use them as bait anymore. Zichun turned his head and looked into the depths of the strange lands. He said, "I believe that there must be something in the depths that I look forward to. Perhaps the answer I want is in the depths of the strange lands. Let's go." The two of them set off on their journey. Noah took the initiative to take the life soul fruit as they moved forward. During the day, the two of them saw some blooming flowers, rich fruits, flowing streams, and other things with soul power along the way. During this time, Zichun personally tasted them and concluded that they could be used as food for ordinary people. They stopped to rest at night, and did not continue on their journey. On this day, Noah saw many things that he had never seen before. Early the next morning, Zichun signaled for Noah to lead him forward. His goal was no longer to see the things along the way, but to take a look at the depths. Noah led Zichun and began to move forward quickly. Strong winds whistled in his ears as everything flew behind him. 2 hours later, Noah paused for a moment before continuing forward. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but unfortunately, he had no time to enjoy it. Zichun looked at the mountains and rivers passing by below. His gaze kept moving, as if he was searching for something. Another day passed. The distance traveled today was dozens of times longer than the day before. At night, beside the bonfire, Noah asked, "I don't know if this world has an end. Are you sure we want to go deeper?" Zichun picked up a fruit that he had plucked and said with certainty, "There will definitely be an end." "All right then." After that, Noah never asked this question again. He just continued to lead Zichun deeper and deeper into the forest. Day after day, Zichun walked a very, very long distance under Noah's lead. If he were to walk alone, he would probably not be able to reach this place in a year or two. Along the way, he saw more things. Until one day, he saw a beast other than an insect running through the forest. A soul-devouring beast? Noah frowned slightly when he saw the little beast. He was not sure. Zichun shook his head and said, No, that's a little lamb with soul power. At this moment, his eyes were extremely bright, like the shining Xingqian at night in another world. Noah did not pursue the matter. Instead, he continued to lead Zichen forward. Apart from the lamb, Zichen also saw other animals. They were all very common and all of them had soul power. A few days later, Zichen, who was squatting by the river, saw fish in the river. Although they were very small, they were real. The deeper they went, the more it looked like a real world. Noah's horizons were also broadened as he saw many strange things. They spent more than half a month moving forward every day, which was equivalent to several years of travel for Zichen. They finally reached the end of this world. After seeing the source of everything, Noah, a Realm 9 expert who had always been curious about everything, revealed a shocked expression for the first time. Chapter 3708. Noah stared ahead in shock. Zichen's expression also changed. At the end of the strange lands was a huge waterfall. The waterfall didn't come from the top of the mountain, but from the sky. It was as if there was a hole in the sky, and endless heavenly water descended from the sky. Below was a huge pool, and the waterfall fell from the sky with a rumbling sound. It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding continuously. The water vapor that filled the air came from afar and gently patted one's face, making one feel refreshed. This is the end of the strange lands? Noah's voice was drowned out by the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Zichen walked forward. At this moment, he became very excited. Because he had arrived at the end, or rather, the source. The various abnormalities that had happened in this world, and the appearance of countless foods that could replace the life spirit fruit, were obviously all because of this place. Noah followed behind Zichen, and the shock on his face did not disappear for a long time. As they got closer and closer to the waterfall, the rumbling sound became louder, as if it was about to burst their eardrums. The pool was very large, more than tens of thousands of feet wide. Zichen came to the edge, picked up the pool water, and drank a mouthful. He closed his eyes, and his face was filled with intoxication. The pool water contained unimaginable soul power, and it filled his body. The hunger from before instantly dissipated by more than half. At this moment, his body and mind were incomparably empty, and he was actually somewhat intoxicated. Noah came to Zichen's side and followed suit. In the past half a month, he had long gotten used to drinking water from Zichen. The water contained very obvious soul power. After drinking it, he could also feel the soul power in his body. He tried to refine it, but he did not succeed. He was a little puzzled. Zichen looked ahead and saw a very big fish. Suddenly, Noah's voice came from beside him, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Zichen turned his head to look at Noah. He was shouting something loudly, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. Zichen raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw countless spots of light, like countless raindrops falling from the sky, but they didn't land on the ground. In fact, he hadn't even arrived in this world. Above his head, the sky seemed to have turned into a huge funnel, gathering all the light spots together, and then leaking down from the center, turning into a huge waterfall. Zichen was shocked by this scene. He was unable to shift his gaze away for a long time. It wasn't until he felt a soreness in his neck that he came to his senses. He shook his head, stretched his muscles, and pointed at the pool. To be more precise, it was a big fish in the pond. His meaning couldn't be any clearer. As a Realm 9 expert, Noah nodded. Then, he leapt up, his figure hovering in the air above the pool for a brief moment. Then, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed into the water, soul force surging out from his palm. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and lightly patted the surface of the water. As the ripples surged out, he borrowed the force of the ripples to turn back. In his right hand, he held a large fish that was over a meter long, wrapped in ropes made of soul power. At this time, Zichen had already retreated far away from the sound of the waterfall. After retreating, he picked up a pile of firewood and motioned for Noah to light the fire. At the same time, he went to the side to wash the fish. After that, Sichin began to grill the fish. Noah, who was at the side, watched curiously. After a while, the meat was cooked, and the fragrance of fish wafted out. Sichin gave half of it to Noah. Noah, who was eating fish for the first time, had his eyes shining. After eating half of it, he seemed to be unsatisfied. "What's going on here?" Seeing that Sichin didn't intend to grill another fish, Noah finally asked the question in his heart. "Are you asking about the waterfall or something else?" Sichin looked at Noah. They were far enough away from the waterfall to be able to talk normally. Noah said, "That waterfall, and that rain of light? How did it come about?" After thinking for a while, Sichin said, "The waterfall is made of rain of light. You've seen that. As for the origin of the rain of light, I suspect it has something to do with me, Shania, or the two of us." Noah still didn't understand. Both Sichin and Shania were staying in Kata. How could it have something to do with the rain of light here? "That's just my guess. I don't know the specific reason," Sichin said. "You've drunk the water there before. Did it help you?" Noah shook his head and said, "The soul power is very strong, but it's a pity that it doesn't have any effect." Sichin wasn't too surprised. This was normal. He looked back at the huge waterfall. This was a place with good feng shui. If he could stay here for a long time, the benefits would be great. However, this was obviously unrealistic because Noah was the main force of Kata. He couldn't stay here for too long. "Let's go for a walk nearby." Sichin stood up and walked into the distance. There was a forest outside the waterfall. Beyond the forest, there were mountains and streams around the pond. "What's that sound?" Noah heard an unusual sound when he came to the forest. "It's the sound of birds," Sichin answered calmly. This world was becoming more and more complete. Everything had started from nothing. During this time, Sichin saw some small animals. These animals looked similar to the wolves, tigers, and leopards in the outside world. However, they hadn't grown up yet. It was only a matter of time. Perhaps they would become the ancestors of their respective tribes in the future. As they continued forward, Sichin saw some fruits. Noah immediately rushed up, plucked a few, and began to eat. He had changed a lot in the past half-month following Sichin. Sichin also picked a fruit and ate it. He didn't stop walking. He saw many fruits and many small animals. He walked and stopped, sometimes squatting down to dig up some soil. Noah followed beside Sichin and ate everything that he thought was edible, including a lot of leaves. "If we bring these back, we can feed almost all the ordinary people, right?" After Sichin's explanation, Noah also knew the importance of these things to ordinary people. However, he shook his head as soon as he said that. It took him more than half a month to get here. How long would it take for others to get here? Therefore, this idea was unrealistic. However, when Noah saw the things there, he felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart. "Do you have a way to bring them back?" He looked at Sichin and asked. Sichin didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly sped up. Noah followed him. He was a little curious. Could it be that Sichin had discovered something else? After walking for about 100 feet, Sichin suddenly stopped. Noah almost bumped into Sichin. Sichin looked ahead. Noah walked around Sichin and also looked ahead. A golden light appeared in his vision. It was bright and dazzling. Chapter 3709. It was a small green tree that was less than half a meter tall, but it was like a jade tree, emitting a sparkling light. And on the tree, there were 3 fruits. The fruits were golden and had a very bright luster, like a miniature version of Y. Of course, Noah was more willing to describe it as a life spirit fruit. Back then, when Sichin killed the soul void realm soul-devouring beast, the fruit after refining was golden, and looked exactly the same as the J in front of him. Right now, Shania was refining those fruits in an attempt to break through. And he was lucky enough to obtain the J fruit, which allowed him to improve greatly after refining it. The golden fruit in front of him was exactly the same as the golden life spirit fruit J. The only difference was that one was condensed from the divine soul heaven grindstone, while the other grew on a tree. Sensing the soul power fluctuations from the three fruits, Noah felt a little dry. Is this a life spirit fruit? Of course not, Zichen said with certainty. Unlike Noah, Zichen's attention was more on the tree roots and the surroundings. S3. This was a small pool, less than 10 feet in radius, and the pool water reached the tree roots. He bent down and drank a mouthful of the pool water. His soul power was very strong. Then he walked forward, and the water in the pool went up to his feet, and he swam to his feet. The early morning pool water immediately became turbid. Zichen walked to the small tree step by step and plucked a golden fruit. He took a bite. It was very crispy and sweet. After entering his stomach, there was a g of pure soul power that entered his body and did not dissipate for a long time. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. It was as if his soul power was about to recover. However, when he tried to sense it again, he still found nothing. In the blink of an eye, this golden fruit had been eaten clean by Zichen. There was soul power rippling in his body, but he could not convert it into his own. It was as if there was a funnel in his body that leaked out all his soul power. Noah stood there and watched this scene quietly. Nothing. Zichen was a little disappointed. Then, he plucked the other two fruits and threw one at Noah. Unexpectedly, Noah flicked the fruit back to Zichen. Zichen was a little surprised. Noah said, "I'm eating these for free. Also, I have a strange feeling that these fruits belong to you." Zichen didn't say much. He felt that there were some abnormal fluctuations in his soul power, and he needed to verify it again. He ate the second one. That feeling was vague, and in the end, it disappeared without a trace. Or it could be said that it was an illusion. Zichen ate the third pill, and the result was the same. He turned around and walked out of the pool, saying, "Let's go. Let's keep looking." In the past, when Zichen ate the golden life spirit fruit, he did not have such a strange feeling, but this fruit did. If he could find more of these strange fruits, he might be able to recover his soul power. If soul power could really be recovered, then who would be willing to be an ordinary person? Noah saw hope in Zichen's eyes, so he accompanied Zichen in his search. Sigh. Sitting on the mountain peak, Zichen looked at the green ocean in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. It had been 3 days, and not a single golden life spirit fruit had been found. Noah stood behind Zichen and looked at the dejected Zichen. "This place is very big. As long as we continue to search, we will definitely find something." Zichen shook his head and said, "No, we have to go back." Chapter 37:10. Countless light rain fell from the sky. This was the fastest and fiercest rain of light. In the Kata tribe, everyone walked out of their rooms and bathed in the light rain with an intoxicated expression. Even the infants who were still in their swaddling clothes were included. Light shone between heaven and earth, as if there were countless fireflies. In the unfinished manner, Zichen sat beside a small tree and bathed in the light rain. The light rain entered his body, causing his vitality to flourish even more. However, the soul power that had disappeared still did not recover. Zichen was not disappointed because this was within his expectations. The light rain fell from the sky and covered the entire Kata tribe. Because he had been to the end of the unfamiliar lands, Zichen had a deeper understanding of this world. From another perspective, the light rain could not only raise everyone's realm, but it could also permanently change the environment. For example, with the irrigation of spiritual power, the people living on this land would definitely benefit from it as time passed. In this regard, the Noah tribe had provided a realistic example. The awakening rate of the soul hunters in their tribe was much higher than in other places. That was because the God's soul heaven grindstone was constantly releasing soul power, changing everything in the tribe. Amidst the rain of light, a glowing figure appeared. It was Shanya. After breaking through to the soul illusionary realm, she obtained her first ability. In the Kata tribe, cheers rose and fell. Shanya turned to look at Zichen. Their gazes met from afar. In the next moment, Shania flew towards Zichin. She landed in front of Zichin. Congratulations. Zichin smiled and stood up. How is it? Shania looked at Zichin and asked. Zichin shook his head and said, My soul power has not recovered, but I believe it's only a matter of time. Really? Shania was doubtful of Zichin's words. She was worried that Zichin was just comforting her and did not really have a solution. Zichin nodded. Of course. Don't worry, my soul power will eventually recover. After breaking through to the soul void realm, did you have other feelings? Shania thought for a while and said, It does feel weird, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Oh, how do you feel? After a slight hesitation, Shania said, It's just that, this world seems too small. Too small? Zichin was slightly stunned. Shania said again, It seems that there is another place that is calling me. The world was too small, and there were other summons as well. Zichin could vaguely guess the reason. It seemed that Hun Su was the pinnacle power of this world. This was almost the same as ascension. He believed that as long as Shania was willing, she could leave this world. Go and call Noah over. I have a few questions to ask him, Zichin suddenly said. Looking at Zichin's serious expression, Shania nodded and flew away. A moment later, the two arrived. The light rain was still continuing. Zichin could see the excitement on Noah's face. Clearly, he had obtained a lot of benefits. What's the matter? Noah walked to Zichin's side. That young man from before, how did he find you? Zichin asked. Noah was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. Why did he mention that young man all of a sudden? But Zichin clearly did not want to settle old scores with him. Hence, he said, he suddenly appeared, and his methods were extremely powerful. At that time, he gave me a fright. Don't miss out on any details. Tell me what you know in detail. Hence, Noah recounted the process of meeting the young man in detail, as well as some of the conversations. His words were filled with killing intent towards Zichin. At the side, Shania's expression gradually turned ugly as she listened. Noah was also a little embarrassed. Zichin listened quietly. His expression did not change at all until Noah told him everything. He muttered to himself. Noah and Shania stood there in silence. And Noah, who was at level 9, actually felt a sense of pressure from Zichin. Zichin had already become an ordinary person. Logically speaking, such a situation should not exist. In the end, he attributed this pressure to his own guilt. The silent Zichin suddenly looked at Noah and said, In that case, when he left for the last time, he suddenly appeared again and lost his original calmness and confidence. He also did not leave for no reason and followed you to Kata just like that? Yes. Noah nodded and said, Regarding this question, I suspect that he was under some kind of restriction and could not leave. Your guess is right. Perhaps this restriction is related to the dead soul emptiness realm expert. Zichin looked up at the sky and said, It seems that not all soul emptiness realm experts can reach this place. This also explains why the young man was so happy after that guy died. Moreover, until now, no other Soul Eater clan has come for revenge. Noah still did not understand, but Shania seemed to have guessed Zichin's meaning and her expression changed. Zichin looked at Shania and said, How many of those golden fruits do you have? Shania said, 25 more. There were more than 40 in total. Zichin ate one, Noah ate a few, and the rest were with Shania. Now it seemed that Shania did not consume much, and had already broken through the realm. Zichin said, Next, you should properly comprehend this realm. As for those fruits, give them all to Noah. You should also give him the position of leader. Shania did not ask for the reason and nodded and did as she was told. Just as she had said before, Zichin would always be the leader in her heart. This is not very appropriate, right? Those fruits were not easy to come by. Noah, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. If it were him in the past, he would naturally be eager, and would even try to snatch it. However, after being with Zichin for so long, his mentality had changed quite a bit, and he knew how to think for others. Zichen said. "This is the only way now. If you want to leave, you two have to leave together. You can take care of each other on the way. If my guess is right, maybe you can see that young man again. When that time comes, he will not hold back." "That young man, isn't he dead?" Noah asked in surprise. "That should only be one of his clones. He's definitely still alive, and he's even more powerful than you can imagine." "Then why do we have to leave? Isn't it good to stay here?" Noah said again. "When you reach the soul emptiness realm, you will know." On the same day, Noah became the new leader of Kata. 2 years later, Noah successfully broke through, and the Kata tribe ushered in a new reign of light. Shanya felt the calling and became stronger. However, she waited for another year. In this year, she helped Zichen take care of the small tree every day. However, there was still no improvement, and the leaves were still yellow. Noah familiarized himself with his realm for a whole year. It was time to leave. Shanya looked at Zichen reluctantly. "Go, there is a wider world waiting for you." Shanya nodded and left with tears in her eyes. She would always carry out Zichen's orders and would never go against his words. Noah cupped his fist towards Zichen before he cupped his fists towards the others and said, "Everyone, we'll meet again." Chapter 37:11. Zichen held the card tower realm, looked at the sky, and did not speak for a long time. "Remember in a second." "Wonderful, no pop-up window to read for free." When Shanya left, she left the card tower realm, and Zichen gave her the weapon, J, that he left behind after killing the Soul Void realm expert. She could use it to defend herself. The others had complicated expressions, and each of them had mixed feelings. Zichen turned around, looked at Clark, who was at level 8, and said, "From now on, you are the leader of Kata." He handed over the card tower realm. After 2 baptisms by the Soul Rain, neither Clark nor Vern could reach level 9. It seemed that the potential of the two had been completely exhausted. There was no hope of reaching level 9 in this lifetime. The crowd dispersed, and Zichen walked towards his manor. After more than 3 years, the manor had been completely built, and Zichen hired some people to take care of it. Although Zichen was now an ordinary person, he had become very rich because he had discovered a lot of food. The previous camp had been expanded again and again, and it had become a huge factory that could process and produce all the things that ordinary people used. S3, and Zichen was the person behind the scenes. According to Zichen's prediction, the life soul fruit had become a currency. Now, there were even many soul hunters working in Zichen's camp. Everything was progressing and developing in an orderly manner. Zichen spent most of his time cultivating the small tree that he had brought back from the source. Every day, he would water it with some spiritual water and loosen the soil. When the Y light fell on it, the leaves on the small tree seemed to wither even more. In this regard, Zichen did not have any good ideas. He could only rely on his own meticulous care, and hope that it could be revitalized again. Moreover, the light rain from the previous 2 times had no effect at all. Another 7 years passed. In these 7 years, Zichen rarely went to the camp. The camp had been developing for a full 10 years, and its scale was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was a second tribe. Dalter became the person in charge. In these 10 years, the old man had clearly aged a little. Time had also left its mark on the others. Little Lianbao had grown up and become an elegant young man. Moreover, he had reached the 6th realm. He was the best candidate for the future leader of Kata. Shan Er, who was once young, began to age again. Many old people passed away in Kata, but there were also many children born. In the past years, Zichen had rarely left the manor. His deeds had gradually become legends, and those who were once the main characters had now become spectators. On this day, a leaf fell from a withered tree. This was the first time in 10 years. Looking at the fallen leaves, Zichen felt a little melancholy. Compared to 10 years ago, the little tree's vitality had decreased by a lot. The second decade had arrived. Zichen sat beside a small tree and looked up at the blue sky. Shanya and Noah had been gone for 17 years, and he did not know how they were doing now. He turned his head to look at the little tree. For the past 20 years, he had been taking care of it carefully, but the little tree still had not recovered. On this day, a second leaf fell. Outside the manor, there was a rare guest. It was Clark. Compared to 20 years ago, Clark's face now had more vicissitudes of life, and his hair was gradually turning white. Clark looked at Zeechan and said, "You still haven't changed." Zeechan said, "You have changed a lot." Clark smiled faintly and said, "I even have a grandson now. Naturally, I'm getting old." "You dropped your realm?" Zeechan noticed the change in Clark's aura. "Your perception is still so sharp. Sometimes I can't believe that you are really an ordinary person." Clark smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I came here today to tell you something. I hope you can make a decision." "What is it?" Zeechan asked. "I plan to give the position of leader to Liangbao." Clark said, "Liangbao is in his prime and is the best candidate for leader." A scene appeared in Zeechan's mind. It was the scene when he first saw Liangbao. At that time, he stood at the gate of Kata village, waiting for Shanya and the others to return from hunting. He didn't expect that the child back then could now take charge of things alone. Zeechan smiled and said, "This is also good. Taking the initiative to give up the position is better than being challenged and defeated." "I think so too." Clark's face showed a happy smile. Obviously, he had obtained Zeechan's approval. It was a wise choice. But this smile was quickly extinguished. He said, "Kata now has us elders to take care of it. There won't be any problems for the time being. You watched Liangbao grow up, and his heart is with Kata. You don't have to worry. But what about the future? What will happen to Kata?" Obviously, during the time he was the leader, he also noticed the changes in the tribe. After everyone was able to live a prosperous life, they didn't need to worry about filling their stomachs. They had more free time, so naturally, they would have more ideas. Zeechan was very open-minded about this. Let nature take its course. Time will give Kata the best answer. Clark left. On the same day, he passed the position of leader to Liangbao. His era had become a thing of the past. Liangbao's era was about to begin. 2 days later, Liangbao, who had become the new leader, held a ceremony. On this day, Zeechan, who hadn't gone out for a long time, went to congratulate him and gave him gifts. He saw Liangbao's 3 wives and 5 children and gave them gifts one by one. Liangbao's era had just begun. If there were no accidents, he could stay in the position of leader for about 50 years. This period of time was enough for Liangbao to establish a big family. After the ceremony, an old man came to Zeechan's manor. It was Dalt. Dalt's hair was all white and his back was hunched. When he saw Zeechan, the first thing he said was, "It's good to be young." Zeechan invited him into the room and personally poured tea for him. Dalt had helped him a lot in the past few years. "I'm old and can leave this world at any time. You need to find a successor. Or rather, you need to come out of the mountain." Dalt directly stated his intentions. Zeechan looked at Dalt and said, "Do you think it's useful for me to come out?" "Of course it's useful." Dalt looked into Zeechan's eyes, but the confidence in his eyes was diminishing. "At the very least, it's useful now. As long as Liangbao is in power, no one will dare to have any ideas about you." Zeechan said, "Go and divide my property in half. Rent out 2/3 of it. As for the candidates, you can decide on them yourself. The remaining 1/3 will be given to your descendants for free. Are you sure you're giving up?" Dalt looked at Zeechan and was very surprised by this decision. Zeechan nodded and said, "It's decided." Dalt said, "You're willing, but 1/3 is too much. Although I've helped you a lot in the past few years, it's not worth this price. After all, everything is going according to your plan. It's not much. In the future, I may need your descendants to take care of my property. That 1/3 is what you deserve." On the first day Liangbao became the leader, Zeechan rented out all his properties. During Dalta's lifetime, he managed to arrange all of these properties for the next generation. 8 years later, in the morning, The old Dalt held Zichen's hand tightly in front of all his descendants. After Zichen said, "You'll always be my friend," Dalt smiled and closed his eyes. Chapter 37:12. In the room, Dalta closed his eyes and fell into a peaceful and satisfied sleep. He would never wake up again. Zichen was still holding his hand. There was no longer any warmth coming from it. Behind him, the cries could no longer be suppressed. It was a desolate scene. Zichen sighed. He left just like that. He stood up and looked at the people behind him. Everyone's cries gradually stopped. Zichen said, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can find me in the manor." Dalta's son, the current leader, nodded and personally sent Zichen out of the room. Next, it was naturally Dalta's funeral arrangements. Walking out of the room, there was a large living room. There were many people here. When they saw Zichen walk out of the room, their eyes were filled with surprise. It had been nearly 30 years since Zichen's era. Perhaps many of them had heard of the story of Kata's crisis, but not many knew of Zichen's true identity. Compared to Zichen, Dalta's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Because he was the leader of Miracle City, he had endless wealth. When they heard that Dalta's health was not good, they immediately came to see Dalta for the last time. Unfortunately, they were stopped outside. Now, they saw an unfamiliar young man walk out from inside. Obviously, this was the last time they saw Dalta. These young people were very surprised and started guessing the other party's identity. At this moment, the old man who brought them here immediately bowed to the young man. His expression was very respectful. This caused the younger generation that had followed them to be even more confused. But when they met the sharp gaze of their elders, they did not have time to ask and could only bow first. Zichen nodded to everyone and walked out of the door. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in. When he saw Zichen, he was slightly surprised and then bowed to Zichen. The young people who quietly raised their heads were even more surprised when they saw this scene. Because the middle-aged man who walked in was the leader of the Kata tribe, and also the strongest person in the tribe. Who had the qualifications to make him bow? After glancing at Liang Bao, Zichen left Dalta's house. He took one last look at this place. Perhaps he would never come back again. After returning to the manor, Zichen poured a ladle of water for the sapling. The leaves of the sapling were even more yellow. It seemed that the third leaf was about to fall off. Dalta's funeral was very grand. Almost all the important people of the Kata tribe had come. After nearly 30 years of development, the population of Kata had increased by several folds. During this period of time, many families had risen. For example, the family founded by Clark. Fern's family. Even Sean Eyre had a son at an old age and was living a good life. Zichen didn't go to Dalta's funeral. After so many years, he had gotten used to the quiet and didn't like to join in the fun. Although he looked younger than Liang Bao, his heart was much older. Just like the small tree in the courtyard, it was almost withered. After the funeral, the leader Liang Bao returned to his room. A teenager of about 17 or 18 years old followed behind him. After Liang Bao sat down, he immediately said, "Dad, that old guy is dead. Can we do it now?" In the teenager's eyes, there was a flash of ruthlessness. Liang Bao glanced at his oldest son and said, "What do you know?" The teenager said, "I don't know the relationship between you two, but I know that they have a lot of power in Miracle City. As long as we get rid of them, Miracle City will belong to our Benson family." Benson was Liang Bao's surname. This was the surname he found after his rise. Liang Bao used this surname to found the Benson family. Since Liang Bao became the leader, the Benson family had expanded rapidly in the past 8 years. Liang Bao said, "Don't mention this kind of nonsense again. Also, I have arranged a marriage for you. It's the daughter of the current leader of the Dalta family, Lyman. I have discussed it with Lyman. You two should get married as soon as possible." "What, get married?" The teenager was stunned and said, "How old am I? I haven't played enough yet. Why are you in a hurry to get married?" Liang Bao was too lazy to pay attention to this brainless son who only knew how to fight and kill. He waved his hand and said, "Get lost." The teenager left. He had anger in his heart and needed to find someone to vent it. Liang Bao let out a sigh. Dalta is dead, but there are still many old guys alive. Also, although Zichen is an ordinary person, I still can't see through him. Marriage is the best choice. A month later, a grand wedding was held. This meant that Benson and Dalta were officially allied. 2 years later, the third leaf fell from the tree. Looking at the third leaf, Zichen said lightly, "One leaf every 10 years? If our fates are closely linked, does this mean that how many leaves you have, how many years of life I have left?" Zichen counted. There were 23 leaves. The 4th decade had passed, and another leaf had fallen. This year, Zichen sent away another friend. Sam, the former village chief of Kata. That old man revived once, but he still couldn't stop the erosion of time and passed away. Clark and Rabin's realms had already fallen to the 3rd realm, and they had long since reached their twilight years. Kata was still a tribe, but there were many more families in this tribe. Among them, the Benson family was the biggest. Because the Benson clan occupied the godly soul heaven grindstone, just the daily commission was not a small amount. The original rule of free exchange for all Kata people was removed by Liang Bao 12 years ago, which was the year Dalta left. 40 years had passed, and the servants in the manor were getting on in years. Zichen gave them severance pay and told them to go back to their old homes and enjoy their retirement. Their children or relatives came to take their place. This day, there were rare guests outside the manor, and there were 2 of them. They were Rabin and Clark. The carriage stopped outside the manor. Looking at the 2 old men who couldn't move as nimbly as before, Zichen's face showed a smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. After many years of development, horses could be domesticated, and carriages became a means of transportation for some people. "We came to see you. We were afraid that we would never see you again," Clark said with a smile. Dozens of years had passed. The old man in his prime was now in his twilight years. This day, Zichen didn't drink tea. Instead, he drank wine. They talked about a lot of things and talked about the friends they used to have. Except for Shania and Noah who left, the others became old friends. Dead people. In the following period of time, the 2 of them came to Zichen's place every day. Sometimes, they would help Zichen water the trees. Zichen could feel that the 2 of them were about to decay, and didn't have much time left. Sure enough, Clark didn't hold on until his soul power was completely exhausted. One night he left. He went to sleep at night, and didn't get up again. He left peacefully. Next to the small tree, only Zichen and Rabin were left. An empty wine cup was placed in front of the 2 of them. Zichen filled the empty cup and said, "Here's to you." He took a big gulp. Rabin shed 2 streaks of tears. Another old friend had left. "One day, if I leave as well, I hope that you can pour me another glass of wine. Just treat it as a reunion between the 3 of us, a gathering of old friends." Chapter 37:13. After the 5th decade, another leaf was missing from the small tree. Look at the small time finally left its mark on Zichen's face. He was no longer young. He was already middle-aged. Vern was even older, but he was still in good spirits. He came to Zichen's place every day. "Power makes people crazy. Our leader no longer suppresses his nature. Now he has a wonderful city," Rabin said. "He should be heading for your miracle city." Zichen poured a ladle of water for the sapling. His expression didn't change at all. Vern said, "Don't you have anything to say? It took decades for the miracle city to develop to such a scale. The forces in the city are deeply rooted. How many years will it take for the wonderful city to develop to such a scale?" Zichen's voice was still calm. "Moreover, he, who has absolute power, didn't rob the miracle city directly. Obviously, he has given us enough face. The other party had already given them face. What else could they do? Go and reason with him? You and I have become ordinary people. Aren't you afraid of being killed by him with one punch? Vern sighed. He turned to look at Zichen and said, Is it really impossible to recover? Zichen smiled faintly. He had long been able to face this problem calmly. S3. If it weren't for you, how could Kata be where she is today? Vern gulped down a mouthful of wine. You sacrificed yourself to save Kata. But now, no one cares about you anymore. They even ostracize you. Zichen said, Don't drink too much. It's bad for your health. You really don't mind at all. Vern looked into Zichen's eyes. Zichen's expression was still calm. It's been 10 years. What else do you want? When I lost my cultivation, didn't you all support me? I asked Shania to be the leader. She didn't refuse. I asked her to give the position to Noah. She didn't refuse either. After that, I asked Clark to be the leader. Didn't you all have no objection? Dalt, a 6th realm cultivator, has been following me and working for me, an ordinary person. He keeps saying that he's bored, but I know very well that he's just repaying his debt of gratitude. Also, why was Miracle City able to appear in the past? Not everyone supported me. If I wanted people or things, I only needed to say a single word. Everyone would support me. Zichen said. That's enough. We can't let them remember what happened back then for generations to come. What's more, most of the people I saved back then have already left. What reason do the youngsters now have to let us do as we please in this environment? However, this speed of forgetting is simply too fast. Fern took another gulp of wine. 3 years later, Fern was gone. Zichen didn't see him off. Instead, he sat beside the small tree and poured 2 cups of wine. He raised the wine pot and faced the 2 full wine glasses. To you! He drank it all in one gulp. From then on, Zichen never drank again. After the 6th decade, there were still 20 leaves left on the small tree. After the 7th decade, he still had 19 p. On this day, an uninvited guest came to the manor. It was an old man full of energy. He was still the leader of Kata, Liang Bao. However, time had left too many deep marks on his body. Zichen, who was already middle-aged, glanced at Liang Bao. Liang Bao looked at Zichen and his expression began to change. After glancing at Liang Bao, Zichen began to water the tree. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Liang Bao's voice sounded, with a hint of hoarseness. His expression changed, with ferociousness and struggle. Zichen put down the wooden ladle filled with water and said, You don't have the ability to take away my body. Liang Bao's eyes were shining with green light, like a hungry wolf staring at its food. Zichen said without raising his head, How do you want to eat me? Steam, fry or roast? You've eaten a lot of good things these years. Do you think it's useful to eat me? Why? Why won't you ever grow old? Liang Bao said angrily, You're just an ordinary person, a piece of trash. Why won't you grow old, but I will? Zichen looked at Liang Bao, whose face was distorted because of anger, and said, Everyone will grow old, including me. But you grow old too slowly. I also want to become someone like you, because I still have a great ambition that I haven't realized yet. Liang Bao shouted loudly. The servants in the manor had already run back to their rooms in fear. Your talent is very good, but it's a pity that the obsession in your heart is too deep. If you weren't obsessed with power, maybe you could reach the soul emptiness realm in this life and follow in the footsteps of your sister Shania. Zichen said regretfully, Unfortunately, you're too obsessed with power, so you've forgotten a lot of things. Those people that year, not many are still alive, and you're one of the few. Do you know why our kata was in danger that year? Why did the Noah tribe forbid us from trading, and why did Noah want to kill me? Back then, Noah saw that I was growing too fast, and he lost the confidence to advance. That's why he targeted Kata and me. Think about Noah in the past, and look at you now. What have you done? In these years, which families have you targeted openly and secretly? How many geniuses have died for no reason? Do you think that stopping others from growing is helping you? You're wrong. In fact, while you're harming others, you're also harming yourself. Because you, who should have had a chance to reach the soul emptiness realm, didn't even reach the 9th realm. Didn't you ask me why an ordinary person like me can live for so long, but you can't? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on Zichen's calm face for the first time. Because I've once arrived at the 9th level and stood at a height that you've never been able to rival. Perhaps this is the reason. No, don't even think about tricking me. You're just an ordinary person. So what if you once reached the 9th realm? In this world, everyone who drops in realm only has an extremely short lifespan. Liang Bao's eyes stared fixedly at Zichen. Tell me the truth, or I don't mind dissecting your body to see where the abnormality is. Feeling Liang Bao's true killing intent, Zichen said. If you don't think that's the reason, then it should be something else. Liang Bao's eyes lit up. He urgently asked, What's the situation? Tell me. Do you remember that I once went to the end of the strange lands? That was actually the source. There, I saw things I'd never seen before. Among them were some special fruits that emitted a different light. At the time, I ate them, and so did Noah. Zichen said, Maybe that's the reason. You're not lying to me? What else? How do you explain my situation? Humph. You're lucky. Liang Bao snorted coldly and turned to leave. At the time, the 9th realm was escorting me. If you insist on going, you'd better be careful. It's already been 10 years, and no one knows what's at the source. Liang Bao turned to stare at Zichen. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Zichen's expression was still calm. However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Liang Bao was his last old friend in this world. He didn't expect that in his 10 years as a leader, he would be corrupted by power to this extent. Now, when he occasionally thought back to the past, little Liang Bao's pure appearance was still vivid in his mind. Unfortunately, everything was no longer the same. Chapter 37:14. Zichen raised his head and looked at Liang Bao. Are you serious? Why would I lie? Liang Bao's eyes flashed with coldness. You're the only one who knows those fruits. Of course, I'll take you with me. Are you lying to me? Okay, I'll go with you. Zichen nodded. He was still as calm as ever, which made Liang Bao, who wanted to see something from his face, disappointed. When are we leaving? Zichen asked. Humph! Liang Bao snorted again and said, I'll let you know when the time comes. After that, Liang Bao left again. After walking for dozens of steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. He asked again, You've accumulated too much wealth over the years. Why don't you go deeper? Maybe you'll have a chance to recover? Maybe. Zichen picked up a ladle of water and poured it on the small tree, saying, But this kind of life is actually quite fulfilling. Liang Bao suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. Zichen, I thought you were a saint. Now it seems that you're just an ordinary person. Unfathomable? Aloof from worldly affairs. Bullshit. You're just pretending. You don't believe in others. If Shanya and Noah were still in this world, I believe you'd have gone deeper to find a chance. Even if Clark and the others were still alive, you'd still go. Unfortunately, they're all dead. They can't resist the erosion of time. Zichen didn't respond. Liang Bao left. This time, he left openly without any worries. At least in his opinion, he had completely guessed Zichen's thoughts. Liang Bao left Kata. No one knew when he left because he didn't appoint a new leader. Everyone thought he was just going out for a period of time. In the room, Zichen used tea instead of wine and said, Here's to you. No one knew who he was saluting. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Kata's development was still accelerating. Without a leader, Kata's undercurrents were surging. Zichen stayed in his own manor. Although he never left the manor, the servants in the manor would often go out and bring back the news they heard. In addition, there was another person who would come once a month, but every time he came, it would be at night. That night, the other party came again, but this time, it was not one person, but two. An old man had a young man by his side. The young man looked honest and sincere, standing there very cautiously. Seeing this, Zichen couldn't help but think of a few decades ago, when Dalter had brought a young man to him and said that this young man would take care of everything in the future. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye, and the young people from back then slowly became old people. Obviously, it was time for the old to be replaced with the new. "My lord, he is Connie. From now on, he will be in charge of the monthly bill collection," the old man from the doll family said. Zichen looked at Connie. At the old man's signal, Connie immediately saluted Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work from now on," Connie said. "Unconditionally obeying my lord's arrangements and serving my lord is the ancestral teaching of the doll family." The old man on the side seemed to be very satisfied with Connie's answer. He continued, "Recently, the situation in Kata has changed. Many people are saying in private that the leader won't be coming back, so some people are very dissatisfied that the Benson family still has God's grindstone." The old man who spoke didn't try to see the change in Zichen's expression, because it had been several decades, and he had never seen the answer he wanted to see on his face. Then, the old man said some other news. These news were very reliable. The reason why Zichen knew about Liang Bao all these years was also from the old man's mouth. After receiving a signal from Zichen, the old man left with Connie. Another 2 years passed, and Liang Bao still hadn't returned. A battle broke out. A middle-aged man named Lot defeated Liang Bao's eldest son and suppressed the Benson family under his feet. He, who took away God's grindstone, announced the official rise of the Riley family. Lot had been the leader for more than 20 years. Except for the first few years when he was still polite to the Benson family, the next few years he was constantly suppressing them, causing the accumulation of the Benson family to be depleted. And the Benson family was unwilling to accept this. They were all waiting for the return of their ancestor, Liang Bao. Unfortunately, 20 years later, when Lot stepped down from the leader's position and passed it to his son, Iluo, the Benson family still didn't see the return of their king. In these 20 years, the power of the Benson family declined again and again. Under such circumstances, many people didn't mind beating them when they were down. Some memories buried in the bottom of their hearts surfaced one by one. Those families who had lost their geniuses all began to take revenge. Beat them when they were down. The seeds planted by Liang Bao all those years ago bore bitter fruit, and the descendants of the Benson family had to eat them all. Since then, the Benson family was unable to recover from this setback. The rise of the Riley family was unstoppable. Other than Iluo, who was a powerful warrior now, Iluo's newly born son was also said to have great talent. And in the next few decades, the Riley family naturally ruled the world. Zichen was like a bystander, quietly watching the changes of time and the changes of power. Outside of his manor, a very rare guest came. Zichen had never seen him before, but he could tell who he was at a glance, so he was a bit surprised. Zichen's expression was seen by the old man. He said with a smile, "I've heard that there is a legend living in this manor. I didn't dare to believe it at first, but seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. I wonder why the leader is looking for me." Zichen looked at the old man in front of him. It was Lot who had passed the leader's position to his son. Lot waved his hand and said, "You're too polite. I've stopped being the leader for a long time, so I have a lot of free time. I'm here to see the legend of Arkata. I don't dare to call myself a legend. I'm just a guy waiting for death to come." Lot looked at the small tree beside Zichen and said, "What tree is this? How come I've never seen it before?" Zichen said, "I found it by accident. I thought it was quite compatible with me, so I brought it back. It looks like it's about to die. Its vitality is indeed not very strong. I can only try to water it slowly and see if a miracle happens." Lot and Zichen chatted for a long time. Seeing that Zichen had no intention of asking him to stay for dinner, Lot could only leave. It seems that the world is going to change. After Lot left, Zichen let out a sigh. The Riley family's ambition was greater than he had imagined. That night, the old man came with Connie. After telling him the information, Zichen took the initiative to remind him for the first time. Next, tell the people of the doll family to not be ostentatious no matter what they do. They must be reserved for now, and don't let anyone catch them. The old man nodded to show that he understood. But after only 5 days, something big happened to the doll family. Chapter 37:15. Zichen looked at the old man and asked, "What happened?" The old man told him everything that had happened. It turned out that the son of the current head of the family, Dalton's great-grandson, had taken advantage of a woman from the Riley family. That woman's identity was not ordinary. The Riley family needed an explanation from the Dalton family. Zichen listened to the old man quietly. When the old man finished, he looked at him and said, "What do you think about this?" The old man bowed again and said, "I beg for your help." Zichen said, "So, this is your plan." There was a look of shame in the old man's eyes. "Let's go." Zichen did not say anything else and stood up. The carriage was already waiting outside. The coachman was a level 5 expert. That's right. Level 5 experts could be called experts now. In just a few decades, the accumulation of Zichen's generation was long gone. Therefore, the old men had all passed away. Only Zichen was left. The level 5 coachman secretly sized up Zichen. He had heard of the legend of the manor's owner since he was young. Zichen followed the old man into the carriage. Connie sat inside. When he saw Zichen, he hurriedly bowed. Zichen nodded slightly at Connie. Then he leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes. The old man wanted to speak several times but could not find the right opportunity. Connie sat there with a complicated expression. As a member of the Dalton family of this generation, he naturally knew about the mysterious past of this legendary figure. It could be said that this legendary figure had a very good relationship with his ancestor, and had a very deep relationship. There had always been a rumor that the Dalton family's share of Miracle City was given to them by this legendary figure. Moreover, this legendary figure had obviously sensed it. He did not expect that the Dalton family would encounter such a big problem in just 5 days. After the incident, the Dalton family's attitude towards this matter was not unified. After some consideration, they decided to use their ancestors' favor to resolve this matter. From the perspective of the family's interests, this did not seem wrong because it could minimize the losses. However, in Connie's opinion, it was not appropriate. Unfortunately, his words carried little weight, so naturally, no one cared about his thoughts. The carriage didn't go to the chief's mansion, but to a relatively remote area. Zichen got off the carriage, looked around, and said, "This is a good place." "Sir, please." The old man led Zichen towards the courtyard in front of him. The courtyard was not small. As soon as he entered, Zichen heard the sound of a woman crying. Come to think of it, this should be the girl who was bullied. The old man led Zichen into the main hall. At this moment, there were already several people standing in the main hall. It could be seen that their faces were very ugly, as if they had gone through a fierce argument. In the corner stood a young man. The young man's face was bruised, and his eyes were filled with fear. He stood there, not daring to move. As soon as Zichen entered, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. At the same time, different expressions appeared on their faces. "Patriarch, the Lord is here," the old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, bowed to Zichen, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your trouble, Lord." Then, the middle-aged man turned and shouted at the young man, "Bastard, come and greet the Lord!" The young man's body trembled, as if he was frightened. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to Zichen. "What's your name?" Zichen looked at the young man and asked gently. "Danny Dardani," the young man replied, trembling. Zichen nodded and said again, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Danny was slightly stunned. He looked up at Zichen, very confused. The others looked at Danny nervously, as if they were worried that he would say something wrong. "I know, I shouldn't have acted so recklessly," Danny quickly said. "You want to stand up for the Dar family?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was a burly man not far away. This was the first time he had seen the legendary kata. Other than this, what do you want to do? Zichen looked at the burly man and asked. My daughter's life has been ruined by him. What do you think I want to do? Of course, we're going to cut him into 1,000 pieces, the brawny man said coldly. Lord, save me, I don't want to die. Danny cried for help in horror. Zichen didn't look at Danny. Instead, he looked at the burly man and said, Miracle City, I'll take out 1/5 of my share as compensation. Is that okay? What? The burly man was stunned. Even the expressions of the others changed. They had heard a lot about Zichen's legendary deeds. They thought that he should be a swift and decisive person with a naturally flamboyant personality. They didn't expect him to say something like this. The old man who brought Zichen took 2 steps back. Connie, who was standing at the back, lowered his head. His lordship knew their purpose. In this way, a lot of time was saved. Straight to the point. Remove all pretense. Since he could see the Riley family's purpose, he naturally knew the Dahl family's plan. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. Are you still human? My daughter's innocence, how can you use external objects to compensate? If you had children, would you do the same? Zichen looked at the burly man. His calm eyes seemed to see through everything. This made the burly man's words less and less confident. It was like a naked person standing in front of someone. In the end, the burly man even lost the courage to look Zichen in the eye. Zichen finally moved his gaze away from the burly man. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Zichen looked at Danny and said, It's settled then. Without waiting for the burly man to respond, Zichen turned and left. The old man and Connie followed Zichen out. The burly man still stood there without saying a word. He looked like he was in a daze. Goodbye. The head of the Dahl family pulled Danny and left. Just as they left and the burly man was the only one left, an old man walked out from the backstage. Head of the family. The burly man bowed to the old man. The old man was the previous head of the family, Lot. This incident was naturally planned by him. After leaving the manor, he had a plan to get in touch with a legend. Our goal has obviously been achieved. Even if he was a tiger in the past, he is now a tiger that has lost his teeth and is only left with meat. Lot said in a low voice. This time, we have gained a lot. What should we do now? Should we continue with the plan? A cold light flashed in the burly man's eyes. Let's wait and see. Lot said after a moment's thought. The burly man said, I think he is just an ordinary person. He is obviously putting on an act. Today, we used other people to threaten him, and that guy voluntarily gave up 1/5 of Miracle City's profits. If we threaten his life, wouldn't it be easier? Lot said, What you said makes sense. But I think that a future heir of the Dahl family is worth at most this price. He has given a very high price. The brawny man said, How can you do business like this? Who doesn't trade with each other to maximize the profit? I think he's just scared out of his wits because he hasn't seen such a big scene before. If I had been tougher before, maybe I could have asked for more benefits. Let me think about this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was only when they returned to the Dahl family that Danny's nervous heart finally relaxed. He looked at his father and said, Father, I didn't disappoint you just now, did I? He had agreed before that when that person arrived, he would show some fear so that the person would be soft-hearted and save him. Now, it seemed that the effect was good. Slap! A crisp sound was heard and a clear handprint appeared on Danny's face. Danny was beaten into a daze. Trash, I already told you to be careful during this period, but you didn't listen. The head of the Dahl family was furious. Father, I've already said it. They framed me. Danny covered his face and said in a wrong manner. Slap! Another handprint appeared on the other side of his face. You fell for it when they set you up? For a trash like you, we lost 1/5 of Miracle City. Don't you deserve to die? The head of the Dahl family said angrily. We have planned for so many years, and now you have ruined 1/5 of it. Only then did Danny know that the reason for his father's anger was not because of him, but because of the share given by that legend. Chapter 37:16. Sechin sat in the carriage and the old man sent him back to the manor. They were silent the whole way. Connie lowered his head and remained silent. The old man didn't know what to say. This lord's eyes were as clear as a mirror, able to see through everything. It was as if everything in the world was revealed in front of his eyes. He could see through the Riley family's calculations. What about the Dahl family's plans? They arrived at the manor. Sechin got off the carriage and the old man and Connie followed behind him. At the entrance of the manor, a servant immediately opened the door. Sechin stood at the entrance and turned around to look at the old man. The old man bent down out of habit. Sechin said, "My share of the Miracle City, apart from the previous 1/5, the rest will be divided in 2. I will take one and your Dahl family will take the other." The old man was stunned. Connie, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head and looked at Sechin's face. Perhaps it was because he was shocked. It's settled then. Sechin turned around and walked into the manor. The old man stood there for a long time without moving, as if he had been petrified. This benefit came too suddenly. Previously, he gave the Riley family 1/5, which was already a very large amount. It should be known that after many years of development, the population of Miracle City was close to 1 million, and the monthly rent collected from those industries was already an extremely large amount. But compared to the Riley family, the Dahl family received more. It was twice as much as the Riley family. After coming back to his senses, the old man's face had a trace of joy. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. He indicated for Connie to follow him back. In the carriage, the old man couldn't help but sing a little song. He was in a very good mood. Connie wanted to say something but stopped. "If you have something to say, say it." The old man leaned back in the carriage and said with a relaxed expression, "Today, we have done a good deed. When we return to the family, we will all be rewarded." Connie said, "I don't know if my feeling was wrong, but the way the Lord looked at us was a bit like how an elder would look at a younger generation. Although he didn't say much, he was always kind and kind." The old man said, "Your feeling is not wrong. That person has a very deep relationship with our ancestor. It is also mentioned in the ancestral teachings that we can treat him as our ancestor. Moreover, after so many years, the other party's appearance had indeed not changed. Otherwise, why would people privately call the owner of the manor an old immortal? Aren't his legendary stories still circulating now?" Connie said, "But after Your Excellency said that we should split the spoils equally, although his eyes and expression didn't change at all, I felt that the sense of intimacy disappeared, and there was a sense of estrangement." "Alienate?" The old man was slightly taken aback, and the smile on his face disappeared. The ancestral teachings clearly warned him not to anger that legendary being. He believed in Connie's perception because it was his innate talent. It was also the main reason why he chose Connie. He could sense emotions and know whether things were going well or badly. His Excellency had actually started to distance himself from them. Then, this time, was Dar in the wrong? If you can obtain half of Miracle City's wealth by alienating others, are you willing to alienate others? The head of the Dar family looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Tell me, what will you choose?" The old man said hesitantly, "I might choose wealth, but the ancestral teachings." He was interrupted by the head of the Dar family. "It's not might, it's definitely. The ancestral teachings were something from many years ago. At that time, grandfather only pitted the other party for old time's sake. Even if he was very impressive in the past, he is now just an ordinary person who has lived for a long time. The era that belonged to him has long ended. This era now belongs to us. If that was all, it would be fine. But he has a large amount of wealth, and he has no capable helpers by his side. He doesn't even have a powerful guard." The head of the Dar family said, "This is like a beautiful woman stripping naked and standing in the middle of a group of homeless people. Who can resist that?" Speaking of which, this time, the Riley family acted in advance, and we invited that existence. Wasn't that also a test? Now that the results of the test are out, he is indeed not very capable. Naturally, we have to eat him up. The old man hesitated and said, "But the ancestral teaching's warning has its purpose. After all, those people are no longer around. Only some legends are left. In the legends, the other party's strength is unparalleled. You said it yourself? Only legends are left." The head of the Dar family's lips curled into a mocking smile. In that legend, level 6 people are very common. There are so many level 9 people, and there are even ascendants. That guy was able to defeat ascendants at level 9. 2 of our Kata family members have also ascended. Do you think such a ridiculous thing can happen? Besides, you saw what happened today. In the face of danger, other than giving up his own wealth, what else does he have? He is just an ordinary person. It's just that grandfather has made him into a legend. Perhaps grandfather's real motive is to let us Dars protect him, and not for him to protect us in times of danger. Zichen returned to the manor and walked towards the small tree. He was used to sitting beside the small tree. Just as he sat down, a leaf fell to the ground. The leaf disappeared after falling to the ground, as if it had never been there. Zichen's calm eyes were filled with surprise. It's not time yet. Why did the leaf fall? Another leaf fell to the ground. In the past, it would fall once every 10 years, but today seemed a little different. The third leaf fell. Zichen said in a low voice. Did it sense my emotional fluctuations? The fourth, fifth, and sixth leaves fell as well. As the sixth leaf fell, Zichen's face gradually aged, as if he had lived for 60 years. His senses were very sharp, so he could feel the changes in his body. He smiled bitterly and looked at the small tree. Old friend, it seems that you can't hold on much longer. The small tree was yellow and withered, as if it would reach the end of its life at any time. In the past 100 years, he had seen too many deaths. The people he had saved back then had all died. Kata had left behind many legends, but they were just legends. Looking at the 13 leaves on the small tree, Zichen said, "If this goes on, it seems that I can't hold on for much longer." He raised his head and looked at the sky. Have we all been disappointed in this world? But if we leave, what will happen to our friends when they come back? Looking around, they don't see any old friends. How sad will they be when the fetters and perseverance in their hearts are gone? No matter how disappointed we are with this world, we should hold on until we see them for the last time. Even if we can't change anything, we should at least say thank you to them. Zichen called all the servants in the manor over. They were obviously shocked when they saw the changes in Zichen. It had only been 1 day, but he had become so old. Zichen gave everyone a large severance pay, enough for them to live happily for the rest of their lives. When they left, all the servants saluted Zichen reluctantly, and then said goodbye. Zichen waved his hand at them and said, "Thank you. Thank you for taking care of me all these years." Now, he was the only one left in the manor, which seemed lonely and desolate. Fortunately, the small tree was still there. The next day, the leaves stopped falling, which seemed to indicate that Zichen's mood had calmed down again. Under normal circumstances, 13 leaves could last for 130 years. But with such a big thing happening, even Zichen was not sure what the future would be like. Miracle City ushered in a change of power. The Riley family entered the city and tore up all the previous agreements with the shops, taking 1/5 of the original business for themselves. But compared to the huge Miracle City, the Riley family was obviously not satisfied with 1/5 of the business. Because this was 1/5 of the business from 100 years ago. In these 100 years, Miracle City was constantly expanding under the management of the Dahl family. After the expansion, they did not give Zichen the share. As the most powerful family for 3 generations, the Riley family naturally could not allow the Dahl family to monopolize the business. So, on the surface, they started a conflict of interest with the Dahl family. At the same time, their eyes fell on Zichen. Because although the business that Zichen occupied was 100 years ago, it had long become the core area. Its value was extremely high, and everyone was jealous. On this day, a person came to Zichen's manor. Bang! The manor's door was kicked open, and a strong man carrying a large knife walked in. Zichen sat beside the small tree and glanced at the other party. A storm was coming. At this moment, a leaf fell from the small tree. There were 12 more. You're the owner of this place? The legendary existence? The other party came to Zichen's side and raised a large knife in his hand. But for this world, this also meant a huge improvement. That's me, Zichen said calmly. I heard that Miracle City is yours? The other party asked again. Only a part of it is, Zichen corrected. Very good. Now I'll give you 2 choices. One is to give me your share, and the other is for me to chop off your head and take away the part that belongs to you. The large knife in the other party's hand danced with the sound of wind breaking. My patience is limited. Tell me your choice immediately. Zichen looked at the small tree again. Another leaf fell. Zichen's face had wrinkles, and his hair had turned a little white. At such a close distance, the man with the knife naturally saw the changes in Zichen. Such a strange situation made him a little timid. After all, it was a legendary existence, and he had grown up listening to those legends. Okay, I'll give it to you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the other party actually nodded in agreement. This surprised the man with the knife. He immediately dispelled the fear in his heart and said indifferently, At least you're tactful, old thing. Zichen reached into his bosom and took out the deed that he had prepared long ago. At this point, Miracle City no longer had anything to do with him. The man was very satisfied with Zichen's cooperation. He was very happy and laughed heartily. I thought it would be difficult, but I didn't expect an old thing like you to be so tactful. Then, his eyes turned again and he said, This manor is too big. You can't live alone. Why don't you give it to me? Of course, you can also choose to refuse. It just so happens that my knife is thirsty. Zichen looked at the man and said, Are you sure you want this manor? Looking at the calm other party, the fear in the man's heart that had dissipated emerged again. However, he naturally couldn't show it. He raised the knife and swung it a few times in the air before saying, Of course, my thirsty knife can cut through everything in the world. Zichen said calmly, I can give you the manor, but I have to live here because I have to take care of it. As he spoke, another leaf fell from the small tree. The man with the knife looked at the small tree with a few withered leaves left and said, It's almost dead. What's the use of it? When it withers, I'll leave. In the blink of an eye, 3 leaves had fallen, and the remaining 10 wouldn't last long. Thus, the other party nodded and agreed. All right then. Seeing that you're homeless, I, Uncle Luke, will kindly take you in. Luke left with the title deed and house deed. This was definitely an unexpected gain. Not only did he get what he wanted, he also didn't expect to get a manor for free. As long as the small tree died, he would be chased out by the old man. However, what he couldn't get rid of in his mind was still that legendary scene of him suddenly growing old. It was too strange. After losing Miracle City and the manor, Zichen's emotions didn't fluctuate much. He just felt some regret. He thought that he would be able to live out more than 200 years in peace. He didn't expect that in less than half of that time, human nature would be completely exposed in front of him. There was disappointment, and the waiting was real. He didn't guess whether Luke was from the Dahl family or the Riley family. From today onwards he, who had nothing, became a true spectator in this world. He was watching the passing of time, watching the various changes in life, and also waiting for the return of the friend he had been waiting for. Luke moved in without restraint. After searching for a while, he found Zichen's wealth and was immediately excited. The next day, there were more than 10 beautiful maids in the manor who were in charge of Luke's daily life. Zichen's identity became an old butler who didn't care about anything. Every day, he was only responsible for watering a dying small tree. Every night, Luke's life was very uneasy. One night, a month later, Luke was drinking outside and got into a conflict with someone. He picked up his thirsty broadsword. When he was discovered, the broadsword was on his own neck. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. He didn't know if it was because he had drunk enough blood. If he could choose again, he didn't know if Luke would still be willing to exchange the rest of his life for this 1 month of glory and wealth. The manor had a new owner. This owner didn't change the servants. Clearly, he thought that Luke had good taste. Zichen was still watering the tree. He turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The second owner didn't live for more than half a month before dying an unnatural death. Then there was the third, and the fourth. Fallen leaves fell one after another. This manor was like a pugilistic world. There were constantly people fighting over it. Gradually, it changed from the initial secret struggle to the final open struggle. 2 groups of people were fighting to the death here. Zichen still didn't care about this. He continued watering the small tree with spirit water. It was as if he was in a different world from the battle not far away. Those who were fighting also had a tacit understanding. No matter how much they fought, they didn't spread the flames of war to Zichen. This manor was in a remote area 100 years ago. But 100 years later, this was a good location and was worth a city. After knowing that the legend was just an empty shell, everyone's heart was filled with greed. Blood flowed like a river. It was unknown how many people had died in this manor. The sounds of fighting in the manor suddenly stopped. Outside the manor, 2 groups of people rushed in. One was the Dahl family and the other was the Riley family. The heads of the 2 families appeared. They finally walked out from behind the scenes. Zichen sat beside the small tree, watching the leaves fall and disappear one after another. Only the last leaf was left. The battle stopped, and the crowd parted. They also took away the bodies of their companions. The 2 family heads walked in from outside the manor. The head of the Dahl family looked at the messy manor and couldn't help but show a trace of anger. He scolded, "What nonsense! What do you think this place is?" The head of the Riley family also said with dissatisfaction, "This is the residence of a legend. How can you be allowed to do as you please?" "What legend? Legends are all fake. He's just an old turtle that has lived for a long time." A disdainful voice came from the front. Zichen was still watering the tree. Even if there was only 1 leaf left, he didn't care about the deliberate mockery. The head of the Dahl family came in front of Zichen. He looked at Zichen, who was sitting beside the small tree, and said, "Sir, I just heard that something happened here. I just found out that you lost your share of the Miracle City and your manor." It had been a year since the knife-wielding Luke came here. The news from the Dahl family came a little too late. At this time, Lot also came to Zichen's side and said, "I just happened to come across a title deed and a house deed. I don't know if you lost them. If you really did lose them by accident, I can return them to you now. After all, in the history of Kata, you are the legendary hero who saved Kata." Immediately, laughter came from behind. The legendary hero who saved Kata? I think he's more like an old turtle. He was obviously a coward who gave away the things. Today, I want to see if he has the face and guts to say that he lost them by accident. The head of the Dahl family said, "Don't worry. If you really lost them by accident, they are yours. The Dahl family will help you get them back. You don't have to worry about anyone." Lot also smiled and said, "That's right. If you really did lose them, I will naturally return them to you." Zichen put down the water ladle that he had been using for many years and looked at the 2 family heads. He clearly knew that he was going to die today, but his expression was still calm. He said, "How boring." The 2 of them were a little confused. The head of the Dahl family showed a look of dissatisfaction. "Just say whether you lost them or not. Why are you talking about interesting and boring in front of us? Are you worthy?" Lot said, "If you lost them, then they are yours. Our Riley family doesn't care about these things." The threat was very obvious. Zichen looked at the small tree again and said, "Old friend, do you also think that this kind of life is too boring, so you want to leave?" Zichen's face became even older, as if he would reach the end of his life in an instant. The last leaf on the small tree was also on the verge of falling. Lot gave a look to the side, and a person immediately came forward and said angrily, pretending to be mysterious, "Die." A blade slashed toward Zichin. Zichin raised his head and looked at the sky. He did not look at the blade. A smile stretched from the corner of his mouth. I'm finally back. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the sky. A powerful aura suddenly descended upon this world. The world went from moving to still in an instant, as if everything had entered a state of stillness. Chapter 37:17. A powerful aura suddenly descended upon this world, causing everything to fall into silence. It was as if there was an invisible pressure that fell upon everyone. The blade stopped moving. The expression of the person holding the blade changed drastically. A feeling of death rose in his heart, as if it was the first time he saw the soul-devouring beast in danger. The invisible pressure fell from the sky like a wave, constantly slapping his body, causing him to feel as if his realm was about to collapse. No one looked at Zichin anymore. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. The powerful aura came from there. A light appeared, descending upon the world like a meteorite falling from the sky. However, this meteorite suddenly stopped in midair. Under everyone's gaze, the light around the meteorite gradually faded. In the next moment, a sound came from the quiet world. In kata, there were exclamations. Because what was floating in the sky was not a meteorite, but a person. How could a person float in the sky? Was he an immortal? Of course not. That was ascension. In the entire kata, all the children who could remember would hear a legend from a young age. In the legend, the master of the legend lived in kata's manner. He was like an old immortal who did not care about worldly affairs and rarely appeared in the human world. It was said that whenever danger came, the old immortal would turn into a legend and save the world from danger. In this legend, other than the old immortal's legendary deeds, people also remembered other people and things. For example, there was a beautiful woman who had an unclear relationship with the old immortal. She finally became an ascendant and left this world. It was said that the real reason she left was to find a way to save the legend of a generation. She took another ascendant with her, and one day, she would return. However, legends were just legends. Because it was too long ago, the truth could not be verified. Many people had heard of this legend, but how many truly believed it? In this legend, 6th realm cultivators were everywhere, 7th realm and 8th realm cultivators were common, and there were even many 9th realm cultivators. But what about the reality? In the real kata, even the 7th realm cultivator Iluo could become the leader of kata. He represented the peak of kata's power. And a 6th realm cultivator could create a powerful family. So, the legend and reality were too different. More and more people were not willing to believe in this legend. After all, the legendary legend who had been living in kata had been robbed of everything and was about to become homeless. However, today, after seeing the figure in the sky, the legend once again appeared in everyone's minds. The head of the doll family opened his mouth and realized that his throat was a little dry, as if there was a flame stuck in his throat. He glanced to the side and saw that Luo Ti's face had also turned extremely pale. Everyone else raised their heads to look at the sky, incomparably shocked. The person in the air was dressed in white. She had long black hair and a graceful figure. Her face was too far away to be seen clearly, making it seem hazy and mysterious. From afar, she looked like a fairy that had appeared in the mortal world. Legend has it that there were 2 people who ascended. Right now, only one has appeared. Perhaps the legend is wrong. The head of the doll family thought to himself, not daring to believe that all of this was real. If all of this was true, then the doll family, who had gone against their ancestral teachings, would face unimaginable consequences. Right now, he could only comfort himself in this way. How could a person who looked like a fairy who had ascended from afar have an unclear relationship with this old man next to him? Who knew that at this moment, another meteorite would descend and then stop in midair, turning into a human figure? It was a black figure standing in front of the white figure. Could it be that legendary follower? The head of the doll family's heart had already sunk to the bottom. His heart was already filled with remorse and deep self-blame. Perhaps the doll family would be consigned to eternal damnation because of his mistake. Although Zichen was already old, his gaze was still sharp. Indeed, an old friend had returned. Shania. Noah. However, both of them had their backs facing Zichen and were looking up at the sky. Their spirits were all in a tense state. Moreover, Zichen could sense that the aura of both of them was not right. Both of them should have been injured. The smile on his face faded. Beside him, the only withered leaf on the small tree began to tremble, as if it would fall at any time. At this moment, a voice came from beyond the sky. "Haha, you've finally escaped to your old nest. This is where you live. It's really too low class." As this voice rang out, a figure descended from the sky. It was the third person who had ascended. When had the people of Kata ever seen such a scene? They were almost petrified. But soon they realized that this was just the beginning. Then, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth ascender appeared. The surging pressure between heaven and earth grew stronger and stronger. Many people felt that it was difficult to breathe. "Gulliver, what do you want?" A cold voice rang out. Zichen could tell that it was Noah's voice. "What do I want? What do you think?" The ascender named Gulliver smiled coldly and said, "Of course I want to kill you and bring the little girl back. Don't go too far. You're so relentless in your pursuit. At worst, we'll fight to the death." A female voice rang out. It was Shania. One could tell that she was very angry at this moment. "Fight to the death? Are you worthy?" Gulliver waved his hand indifferently and said, "Do it. Kill the man and bring the girl back." This was the first time that the people of Kata had seen such a scene. They were all confused. Could it be that the legendary Ascenders also had enemies? And it seemed that the Ascenders of Kata had escaped and returned. It was not as the legend said that they had found a way to restore the soul power of a legend. The king had returned. The legend was true. There were 2 Ascenders in Kata, and they had returned. However, the family head of the doll family was not worried at all because the 2 ascendant realms were in danger. Once the 2 of them died, everything here would belong to him. Lot also heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, he had the same plan as the patriarch of the doll family. However, in the next moment, everyone's hearts tightened. Even their faces were filled with fear and despair. This was because the Ascender had said something that he did not suppress. "Destroy this world and kill everyone." "Gulliver, are you from the Hu family?" A cold smile appeared at the corners of Zichen's mouth as a sharp glint burst out from his eyes that were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if a sharp blade had been unsheathed, revealing its sharpness. "After so many years, I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you to show up of your own accord." Zichen stretched out his hand and placed it on the small tree. "Old friend, this time, it's really time to go." On the small tree, the last leaf that was on the verge of falling fell. The leaf disappeared. The small tree withered instantly. Zichen's aura also weakened at this moment. It was as if it was going to disappear in the next moment. But his eyes were still very bright and sharp. At this moment, a golden light appeared from the withered small tree. Chapter 37:18. There was no suspense in the battle in the sky. With the advantage in numbers, Shania and Noah were both suppressed. The battle continued to descend, bringing with it terrifying energy waves. The earth was trembling, and the mountains in the distance began to shake. It was a sign of the end of the world. If the battle in the sky reached the ground, the aftermath of the battle would affect this world even if the Ascenders did not deliberately make a move. If the new leader of Kata could activate the defensive light of Heaven Grind God, he might be able to block the attack. Unfortunately, Iluo did not have such strength. He only knew how to use Heaven Grind God to create the life spirit fruit to strengthen the Riley family. The whole of Kata, and even the whole world, was in despair. Under the pressure in the sky, both the Patriarch of Dar and Lot felt their insignificance. Compared to the existence in the sky, they were simply the smallest ants on the ground. At this time, they noticed Zichen's abnormal situation and felt his vitality fading away. As three, they, who were already in despair, became even more angry. Danger is coming. Why didn't you, the legend of the generation, stand up and resolve the danger? Are you going to die? You old bastard, why did you have to wait until now to die? Zichen's breath was extremely weak, but at the moment of his death, a golden light suddenly appeared from the side. The small tree that had disappeared along with Zichen suddenly surged with a strong vitality. Countless golden lights bloomed, and the surging vitality surged out of the small tree, enveloping the surroundings. Then, Lot and the others saw that the small tree that should have withered regained its vitality. Under the golden light, the withered tree became plump again. It was still the same size as before, and did not continue to grow. The originally bare tree became green. It was a leaf. 1p, 2p, 3p. The green light flickered, and a green leaf grew. Lot and the others looked at this scene in shock, as if they did not even care about the battle in the sky. They saw the small tree revive. They saw a flower bloom. On the small tree, 3 flowers appeared. The flowers were golden, and they slowly grew and bloomed. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, dazzling everyone. Amidst the blooming flowers, countless amounts of pollen flew into the air. When the pollen entered one's nose, it was as though one had taken Miracle Y, making one feel refreshed. It was as though the surrounding pressure was dispelled significantly. Zichen stood beside the small tree. His aged face seemed to have gained an additional layer of dignity. His previously stooped back seemed to have become taller at this moment. At this moment, Zichen had become extremely mysterious. The head of the doll family cried out involuntarily, "My lord, what is going on?" Subconsciously, he used honorifics and showed true respect. Luote was also shocked by the changes in Zichen. The people they brought with them were also stunned. "As expected, it's still so boring," Zichen said indifferently. His tone was still calm, but at this moment, it was clearly different from before. Actually, they were all the same. What was different was their state of mind. "Do you know how everything in Miracle City came about?" Zichen's voice was flat and emotionless. "It was obtained in the mountains and forests. It was obtained through our labor." The head of the doll family mustered up his courage and said, "It does not belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone." If this was heard by others, they would definitely laugh their heads off. That was because the doll family had always advocated for Miracle City to be transformed into Miracle City. "As expected, that's all you care about." Zichen looked around and said, "The evolution of everything from nothing is taken for granted by all of you. Do you know that in this world back then, there was only the soul-devouring beast? Only when the earth has a spirit can everything be revived." Luote and the others were confused. They had no idea what Zichen was talking about. The prerequisite for the birth of all life is the earth that nurtures everything. Zichen pointed to the ground and said, "The spirit power irrigates the earth, and small trees grow on the ground. The small trees have spirit power, and the leaves can be used as food. They can also be used to make tea. Some of the trees bear fruit, and after eating it, one can fill the stomach." This was something that Zichen had known since 100 years ago. That was because he had seen the process of the evolution of soul energy. He had seen the small beasts that had yet to mature at the end of this strange land. And the prerequisite for all of this was that the earth had soul energy. With soul energy in the water, some fish that could be eaten by everyone was born. Zichen had brought back the small tree that he had discovered by accident. From that day onwards he knew where his future lay. Everything with a spirit evolved like this. What about humans? What about the most mysterious human, T? Luote and the others felt as if they were listening to a dream. Over the past 100 years, Zichen was like the most hardworking worker in the world. He had continuously used spiritual water to irrigate the earth before him, causing the ground where the small tree was to constantly change. Therefore, after more than 100 years of perseverance, the earth finally reciprocated, causing the small tree that was about to wither to be stimulated with vitality. That was the case for the small tree, and it was the same for him. Over the years, he had also treated his body as the earth that could revive all things. The meridians in his body were like spirit river channels on the earth. Soul energy flowed through these meridians and rivers and entered his body. After 100 years of nourishment and irrigation, his body was finally infused with enough soul energy. Just like the earth that had begun to evolve all things, it began to revive the soul energy in his body. Zichen had known this principle for a long time. He had also seen his future path early on. Therefore, he was willing to become an ordinary person and continue living like this. In fact, wasn't this also a form of cultivation? In the passage of time, he had seen the various forms of life, the human heart, the human race, and the vicissitudes of the world. Being forgotten, being schemed against, being coerced, and so on. This was the life of an ordinary person. It was also Zichen's experience. If everything went according to plan, Zichen would have ended his cultivation as an ordinary person after about 260 years. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Things went beyond his expectations, causing him to only walk the path of light for nearly 100 years. Today, he had no choice but to end his cultivation early. Flowers bloomed and withered. The petals disappeared into thin air. 3 small fruits appeared, blooming with light, like 3 golden beans. They were growing under the sight of the eye. For Lot and the others, this was a miracle. That was because they had never encountered such a strange event. The 3 fruits grew rapidly, and the light became brighter and brighter, just like the sun. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, causing the entire manor to seem to be covered in a layer of golden gauze. The light extended and shone into the distance, attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield in the sky. The earth produced a strange phenomenon, and for a moment, there was a brief pause on the battlefield. Noah turned his head and happened to see this scene. Looking at the 3 fruits shining with golden light, his thoughts seemed to have returned to the past. That was the scene when he first saw the 3 fruits. At that time, he was shocked. At that time, Zichen ate the 3 fruits, and then he accompanied Zichen to look for them. A few days later, Zichen, who found nothing, brought the small tree back to cultivate. As 3, however, the small tree's vitality seemed to have been completely exhausted due to the disappearance of the fruits, and it could not recover. But now, not only did he see the small tree recover, but he also saw the fruits ripen again. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. Shanya did not look at the fruits. Instead, she looked at Zichen. In her imagination, Zichen, who would never change, had become an old man in his twilight years. In the face of years of battle and pursuit, Shanya, who had never shed a single tear after experiencing countless hardships, was now in tears. Hulifu also saw the golden safe fruits and sensed the abnormality in them. He was a little surprised, but that was all. However, when his gaze fell on the old man next to him, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. That was a familiar yet unfamiliar person. He hesitated and said, "Zichen?" Then, his eyes flashed. "It's you, it must be you. Damn you, I didn't expect to meet you here. Haha, the heavens really have eyes. Have you become immortal?" Lot and the others were shocked. Those ascenders knew Zichen? A smile appeared at the corner of the old Zichen's mouth. "Didn't you come to find me? Why do you have to use the word didn't expect?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's extended left hand trembled slightly. He lowered his head to look at the fully recovered small tree and said, "Old friend, this lifetime of cultivation is over. It's time for us to bear the responsibility." Buzz. As if it understood Zichen's words, the small tree trembled slightly. In the next moment, the fruit tree and the fruits all turned into specks of light. These specks of light surged with boundless soul power. These soul power followed Zichen's palm and entered his body. Zichen took a step forward. He, who was already an ordinary person, suddenly surged with soul power fluctuations around his body. 1 realm, 2 realms, 3 realms. His cultivation base was rapidly increasing. With the second step, his old face began to become younger. It was as if time had flowed backward, and there were no traces of time. With the third step, Zichen's feet left the ground. he broke away from the control of gravity and soared into the air. Chapter 37:19. Lot's life was very exciting because he was the first leader after Liang Bao. Not only was he talented, but he also had an extraordinary mind. He knew how to endure since he was young. Otherwise, how could he avoid Liang Bao's surveillance? And those geniuses who thought they were extraordinary, which one of them survived? Even after he became the leader, he did not immediately attack the Benson family until he confirmed that leader Liang Bao was dead, or that he was no longer a threat. Thus, he began to suppress the Benson family, and thus, the Riley family announced their rise. Attacking Zichen was also because he paid a visit and tested him in advance, and then he made a series of calculations. He thought that his life experience was very rich and exciting, and could be said to be full of ups and downs, and it was very moving. But until today, when he saw what happened in front of him, he realized how small his vision was. A manor? A miracle city? In front of these ascenders, it was a small matter that could be destroyed with a flick of the finger. Moreover, what made him feel the most inconceivable, and also the most depressing, was his calculation of Zichen. He thought that everything was fine, but in fact, the other party had already seen through everything. At first, he thought that so what if he saw through it? But now, he knew that it was not that the other party did not have a way, but that he did not care. It was like the master of a manor, watching the monkeys in the yard play. A powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. At this moment, another ascender appeared in this world. Zichen's body rose into the air, and flew towards the battlefield in the air. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. After being a spectator for more than 100 years, Zichen returned today and became the focus of everyone again. Except for a few people, many people in Kata, after guessing Zichen's identity, cheered loudly. Some people were so excited that they cried. They kept muttering, "The legend is true." In the time of danger, a legend of a generation stood up. However, there were also some people who felt incomparably bitter in their hearts. For example, the two family heads who were currently in the manor, the one who was holding a blade and preparing to hack Zichen to death, and the one who had been instructed to deliberately ridicule Zichen. There were also other people who had come to the manor to fight to the death. They had never thought that the old man in his twilight years would be able to become a legend once again. Lot smiled bitterly, then shook his head. At this moment, the old man seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. As for the clan head of the Dal family, he too lost all of his spirit in that instant. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the ancestral behest. Unfortunately, he had missed this opportunity. At this moment, he could still vaguely remember the scene when his grandfather passed away. At that time, Zichen was the only one sitting beside his grandfather. His father could only stand behind him. Before his father passed away, he had told him that before his grandfather closed his eyes, Zichen had said, "You will always be my friend." In other words, it was Zichen's words that made his grandfather close his eyes with a smile. All this time, he had never understood the meaning of this. Only at this moment did he suddenly understand. Because his grandfather had long predicted that this day would come. As long as the relationship between the two sides existed, the Dal family would never fall. And once Zichen's soul force returned, it would be the time for Dar's family to dominate. Just like today. Unfortunately, such a good situation had been completely ruined in his hands. Zichen did not know the complicated emotions of the people below. After his cultivation in this life ended, when his soul power returned, Zichen no longer had any karma with this world. Just like how he came to this world with nothing, now he had nothing. He was in midair. Shanya looked at Zichen, who had recovered his appearance, and even had a breakthrough in his realm. She rushed forward excitedly. 100 years of longing made her no longer have any scruples. She directly threw herself into Zichen's arms. Tears of joy. Tears streamed down her face. Everyone below saw this scene. This confirmed some of the legends between the two. "You really came back?" Noah looked at Zichen with an extremely emotional gaze. After meeting Zichen's gaze, he said helplessly, "We really had no way out. We could only choose to come back. If you didn't come back, we would have really become sinners." Zichen nodded at Noah, then gently patted Shanya's back. Shanya was still crying, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances that had been suppressed in her heart for the past 100 years. Hulifu stared at Zichen with a gloomy expression. Zichen gently comforted Shanya and said, "All right, the grievances that you have suffered all these years, today it's time to get them back." Shanya left Zichen's arms. Zichen walked forward. The other 3 Soul Void Realm experts immediately went towards Hulifu. It could be seen that their expressions had become very solemn, and they no longer had the arrogance from before. Zichen stood 10 feet away from Hulifu and said, "In order to find my location, you have put in a lot of effort." Hulifu's gaze changed and said, "What do you mean?" A cold smile appeared at the corners of Zichen's mouth. "The reason why you guys chased after the 2 of them, isn't it because of me?" "Humph!" Hulifu snorted coldly and said, "Don't flatter yourself. Who would care about you here? Our goal is only for this young lady. She is the woman that Lord Ghost King has taken a fancy to." Zichen's gaze moved away from Hulifu and landed on the other 3 people. These 3 were all strangers, but at this moment, there was vigilance in their eyes. Zichen said, "Looks like the 4 of you are together? I wonder how many of you trash have come to this trial?" "Cut the crap. Zichen, we are not targeting you this time. Therefore, this matter has nothing to do with you," Hulifu said proudly. "If you insist on interfering in this matter and anger Lord Ghost King, then I'm sorry, Lord Ghost King will directly deprive you of the right to participate in the trial. At that time, you can only obediently scram back." Zichen looked at Noah. Noah said, "There is indeed a Ghost King. He is very powerful and is the king of a region. Our original intention was to find something that could help you, but we did not expect that Shanya would be noticed by the Ghost King. All these years she has been hiding." "Ha, Zichen, you heard that right? No one can go against Lord Ghost King's will." Hulifu laughed and said, "I see that this little girl has a good relationship with you, so for the sake of your trial qualification, you should persuade her. As long as she follows Lord Ghost King, not only will her future achievements be limitless, even your low-level world will be able to obtain a lot of benefits. It is even possible for your world to be included in the Ghost King's territory. Of course, if you don't agree, then everyone will die." Although the people in Kata did not understand Hulifu's words, they could feel his killing intent and his disregard for life. Each and every one of them was frightened. Zichen's expression did not change much. He looked at Hulifu and said, "Are you done?" Hulifu said, "That's all I have to say. Now it's up to you. If you know what's good for you, maybe I can recommend you to the Ghost King when we go back this time. You can be my assistant in the future." Zichen nodded and said, "It's good that you're done. By the way, let me remind you, there is something behind you." Hulifu's face revealed a mocking smile, as if he wanted to ridicule Zichen. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a black shadow appear beside him. His expression changed instantly, and he immediately turned his head. He saw the black shadow approaching, opening its mouth and trying to swallow a soul Empyrean. Chapter 37:20. Such an unforeseen event caused Hulifu's expression to change drastically. He exclaimed, "Be careful!" Those Soul Void Realm experts also reacted. When they turned around, a ray of light appeared in front of them. When he saw that ray of light, Zichen's calm expression changed. Because it was a holy talisman. A holy talisman that he had not seen in a long time. In this world, when Zichen used the holy talisman for the first time, he discovered that the holy talisman's secret was almost useless. This made him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. He did not expect that after so many years, he would see the holy talisman again. Moreover, it was the holy talisman in its strongest state. This time, it was no longer a mere appearance, but a true terror. On the holy talisman, a light flashed, and ripples surged out. Among the ripples, a long spear flew out. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and an icy aura spread out. Buzz! The ice-long spear trembled and directly attacked the underworld ghost in front of it. The underworld ghost opened its mouth, and countless ripples surged, forming a huge vortex. When the long spear came in contact with the ripples, it began to shrink and was finally swallowed by the underworld ghost. After swallowing the opponent's attack, the underworld ghost did not slow down. It moved forward again, and under the shocked gaze of the Soul Void Realm expert, it swallowed him along with the Holy Talisman. After so many years, although the underworld ghost did not appear in the world, it had not disappeared. Since it refined that young man 100 years ago, it had become even stronger. One person was swallowed, and the situation was instantly reversed. With the underworld ghost, Zichen's side clearly had the advantage. Below, there were already cries of surprise. In the legends, there was naturally a part about the underworld ghost. It was said that it was a legendary pet of a generation. Zichen, you dare to disobey the Ghost King's order? Hulafus stared at Zichen, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zichen said, "Do you know what I have been doing all these years?" Hulafu was stunned when he heard this, and he was somewhat puzzled. "I have been observing people, observing everyone in the world," Zichen said. "I can see through a pretentious guy like you at a glance." Zichen walked towards Hulliver. "You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. It's definitely not a coincidence that you're here. Your real goal should be to kill me. As for now, do you feel that you can't kill me, so you want to find an excuse to escape? Impudent! How dare you disrespect the Ghost King? Die!" Hulliver was enraged. He stretched out his hand and pressed towards the sky. A holy talisman flew out in front of him and directly into the sky. In the next moment, the Saint Rune exploded. Boundless energy surged in the sky, and a large net appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying aura circulated on the large net, as if it was formed by countless blades. The pressure in the entire world once again became terrifying. There was a world-destroying might that swept through every place. "Not good!" Shanya exclaimed as a soul weapon appeared in her hand. It was the soul weapon that Zichen had given her. The soul weapon was like a bolt of lightning that tore through space. It flew up into the sky and slashed at the net. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The soul weapon was blocked and turned back, its light dimming significantly. Shanya's expression immediately changed. She never knew that Hulliver had such a powerful attack. "Little girl, don't be surprised. This holy talisman wasn't meant to deal with you. I've played with you for so long. Now I'll show you my true strength." Hulliver sneered with a smug look on his face. Zichen glanced at Hulliver and smiled indifferently. The large net fell from the sky. Zichen stretched out his hand and made a move to raise the sky. Boundless soul power surged from his palm, causing the space around him to begin to distort. The large net fell and came into contact with Zichen's palm print. Chi! 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 It was as if silk was torn apart by a great force. True energy shot out in all directions, leaving white traces in the air. Shanya stood beside Zichen. Feeling the terrifying power above her head, her beautiful face became incomparably pale. Beside her, Noah was not much better. If Hulliver had used this move from the beginning, how could he and Shanya have lasted for so many years? It seemed that everything was as Zichen said. This was premeditated. This was a trap to target Zichen. But how did Hulliver know that Zichen was in their world? Just as this doubt appeared in his mind, Noah, who was slightly distracted, heard the cracking sound again. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the large net was blocked. Moreover, the soul power surging out from Zichen's fist had begun to spread toward the large net. Occasionally, 1 or 2 flashes of lightning could be seen. The cracking sound was the sound of the large net breaking bit by bit. Zichen did not look at the large net above his head. Instead, he looked at Hulliver, who was outside the large net. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was looking at a dead man. Seeing that the large net was showing signs of breaking, the smile on Gulliver's face froze. The expressions of the two people beside him changed drastically. Almost subconsciously, the three of them retreated at the same time. "Break!" Zeechan only said one word. The large net, which was in a stalemate, collapsed with a bang. Boundless soul power spread out like a wave of soul power, spreading in all directions. Zeechan's body was hit by the wave of soul power, and then directly dissipated. Exclamations came from below. Everyone thought that Zeechan was dead. But then, an even louder exclamation sounded. Zeechan had already appeared in front of Gulliver. "You're courting death!" Although the two people beside Gulliver were very frightened, they could not watch Zeechan kill Gulliver. Therefore, the two of them directly attacked with holy talismans. One on the left, and one on the right. The holy talisman shattered and turned into a powerful attack that devoured Zeechan. Noah, who was behind them, shook his head. This was the truly terrifying battle they had encountered in the past 100 years. Those who could use holy talismans attacked with their full strength, unlike when they were fighting with the two of them, who only relied on numbers and soul power to suppress. Whoosh! Zeechan's body seemed to have turned into a wisp of green smoke and directly disappeared from the two powerful attacks. Then, he appeared in front of Gulliver, who was retreating. At this moment, another holy talisman appeared above Gulliver's head. The holy talisman was activated and a light fell down, enveloping Gulliver like a transparent eggshell. And in the eggshell, another holy talisman appeared in Gulliver's hand. As this holy talisman was activated, a huge light array appeared under his feet. This was a teleportation array. Clearly, the other party was going to escape. Through the light barrier, a cold smile appeared on Gulliver's face once again. At the same time, he reached out and wiped his neck. The threat could not be more obvious. He only needed an instant to escape. Naturally, he was not afraid of Zeechan and confidence appeared on his face again. But he was a little sad that he had wasted a defensive talisman, and an even rarer escape talisman. At this moment Zeechan, who had already placed his hand on the light barrier, spoke again. "Break!" It was still a single word. Immediately, cracks appeared on the eggshell light barrier. Under Gulliver's shocked expression, the eggshell light barrier exploded with a bang. Chapter 37:21. It only took an instant to go from heaven to hell. Looking at Zeechan, who was so close to him, Gulliver's heart sank. Because the unforeseen event happened too quickly, he didn't have time to change his expression. Zeechan's palm, after easily breaking through the defense, pressed against his chest. The floating fragments of the eggshell streaked across the two of them. Gulliver saw Zeechan's cold and emotionless eyes, and the fear in his heart rose to the extreme. This is too strong. At this moment, after recovering his soul power and even reaching a higher level, Zeechan's personality also changed. He went from a bystander to a participant in a world. Under the immersion of the situation, all kinds of emotions naturally arose from his heart. At this moment, Zeechan was no longer a saint who didn't show any emotion in the face of anything. Instead, he became a person of flesh, blood, and emotions. Thus, the killing intent that had disappeared for 100 years reappeared in his heart. This time, he still only said one word. Destroy! It was no longer the previous break. The surging soul power seemed to have turned into the power of the Grim Reaper, surging into Gulliver's body and forcibly destroying his vitality. This was a strange power. When Zeechan used it at the 9th realm, even the soul void had to face it seriously. This was one of the soul control techniques in the card realm, called the soul destruction technique. With the destruction of his soul power, the crisis of death emerged in his heart. Shrouded by thick fear, Gulliver let out a miserable scream. At the same time, this was also the last sound he made in this world. As the sound disappeared, Gulliver's vitality was also extinguished. The light array that appeared under his feet dissipated because there was no energy left to support it. A ray of light appeared in the air, turning into a holy talisman with a few cracks. Zichen reached out and grabbed the holy talisman suspended in the air, at the same time allowing Gulliver's body to fall to the ground. At this moment, the attacks of the two people behind arrived, aiming at Zichen's back. Zichen still didn't move, sizing up the holy talisman. Under some loud cries of alarm from below, the ghost appeared behind Zichen and swallowed the two attacks in one gulp. When the two of them saw this, they retreated in fear. Behind them were Noah and Shania. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Sigh! The battle in the sky was nearing its end. The head of the doll family let out a sigh. This sigh contained too many complicated emotions. It was a great opportunity for the doll family to rise, but he had ruined it just like that. He glanced at Lot, the man who had been fighting with him for a long time. Lot smiled bitterly and said, "I should have thought of it. The reason the other party gave us their biggest bottom line was not because of fear or cowardice, but because they were too lazy to bother with us. Unfortunately, it's too late." Yeah! The head of the doll family sighed again. There was deep regret in his eyes, but he was also unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to die, and there was even a strong desire to live in his eyes. At this moment, two more people walked in through the ruined gate of the manor. One of them was an old man who had served Zichen for many years, and the other was Connie. When the head of the doll family saw the old man, the will to live in his eyes gradually dissipated. The old man stepped forward and walked in front of the head of the doll family with an expressionless face. He said, "It's time to go." The head of the doll family looked at the old man and said, "Why? Maybe we still have a chance. Didn't he say that he would always be grandfather's friend? Our doll family still has some ties with him." The old man said calmly, "Maybe, but we have to go." The head of the doll family said unwillingly, "Why don't we try? Maybe we can survive?" For the first time, there was a hint of anger in the old man's eyes. "Maybe we can succeed, but what if we fail? Do you want the entire doll family to die because of your greed? You've already killed yourself and caused the doll family to lose the chance to evolve. Don't tell me you still don't repent and want to kill everyone in the doll family?" The head of the doll family opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. For the sake of the family's stable development, as the head of the family, he had to bear some responsibility. The old man looked around at the people who belonged to the doll family and said, "Don't worry, your family members will live well from now on. As long as the doll family exists, we will provide for them until they die of old age." The others lowered their heads and their hearts were like dead ashes. Compared to the cheers that filled the air, everyone here was in despair. The old man nodded at Connie. Connie immediately stepped forward and took out a small cloth bag. He poured out several red pills and handed them to everyone. The hands of those who received the pills were trembling. Some of them started to cry, but they didn't dare to cry out loud. There was a battlefield in the sky, but wasn't this a battlefield as well? It was just that everyone on the battlefield was a warrior of sacrifice. For the sake of their families, they expressed their gratitude to Connie and swallowed the pills. The old man who had served Zichen for many years also took a red pill. He looked at the head of the doll family and said, "If there is a next life, I hope you won't act arbitrarily and listen to everyone's opinions. Also, don't be unscrupulous and greedy." With that, he popped the red pill into his mouth. Watching the old man collapse, Connie, who was beside him, covered his mouth and burst into tears. But he didn't dare to let himself cry out loud. "I'll remember your words. Unfortunately, there is no next life." The head of the doll family raised the red pill in his hand as if he was raising a wine glass. He smiled at Lot and made an elegant toast to his enemy. "I'll take my leave first." He swallowed the red pill. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another person walk in. This time, it was someone from the Riley family. Thud! Thud! Those who came from the doll family or worked for the doll family, with the exception of Connie, all swallowed the pills and collapsed. Connie didn't dare to cry out loud. His heart was filled with sorrow. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of regret. If he had stood up and strongly rejected that suggestion, would the doll family be in a different situation now? Unfortunately, There were no ifs. All schemes are nothing in the face of absolute power. They're nothing but bullsh*t. Lot's voice rang out. When I first became the leader, I understood this principle very well. It's a pity that after gaining power, he actually forgot this principle and picked up that bullsh*t scheme. This situation is regrettable, but it's not an injustice to lose. It's just a pity for my son and for Riley's great future. Lot collapsed. The others also collapsed one by one. In the huge manor, only Connie was left. Everyone else was a pile of corpses. In the leader's mansion, the new leader, Iluo, smiled bitterly. We're still too shallow. We couldn't keep our cool. Wouldn't it have been better if we'd held on a little longer? Or perhaps, if we had left some leeway, wouldn't our current situation have been better? Iluo sat on the leader's seat and closed his eyes. He didn't open them again. Although he wasn't directly involved in this matter, as the leader, he was naturally aware of everything. For the survival of the Riley family, for his children and his family, it was time for him to pay the price. Chapter 37:22. The battle was over. Yugui shrunk to the size of a palm and lay on Zichen's shoulder. It was even more intelligent, and its bright black eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. It was hard to imagine that this little thing had devoured two soul illusionary realm experts in this battle. The trouble is finally solved. I really want to have a good sleep. Noah smiled and said. You don't know, but we haven't had a good rest for so many years. Now that I'm back, I don't want to leave anymore. Is this kata? It's so big now. Zichen, you're good. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Isn't that your manor? Why are there so many dead people? Noah looked down at the manor and saw Connie and the many dead people around him. What's going on? Clark? Then? Dalter? Come out and talk. Noah's voice resounded above kata. However, no one responded. There were only countless sighs of regret and regret. No need to shout. They're all gone, Zichen said. He left? Where did he go? Noah said in surprise. They left this world? You can say that. Zichen sighed. This time, Noah understood. Then he sighed. Yes, so many years have passed. If you can't take that step, you'll have to leave eventually. His old friends were all gone. Looking at Zichen's manor, Noah could guess what had happened. Shanya looked at the huge kata. It had always been her dream to strengthen kata. But at this moment, looking at the kata of her dreams, she only felt a sense of unfamiliarity. There was no longer a trace of familiarity. Although I've been hunted for so many years, I still think that world is more suitable for me, Noah said. He used to be the leader of a faction. Naturally, he knew the fickleness of human nature. After all his old friends had passed away, those feelings would dissipate with the passage of time. It was easy to imagine the life of a normal person like Zichen. The nostalgia in his heart had disappeared along with the change of the place. Are we leaving now? Shanya looked at Zichen. Since Zichen already reached the soul void realm, then there was no need to stay anymore. Before I leave, I need to see someone. Perhaps he is still alive. Zichen flew in the direction of the unfamiliar lands. He wanted to see Liang Bao. Perhaps the other party was still alive in this world. All of Kata's people were waiting for the legendary figure to say something. Unfortunately, he didn't leave anything behind and left just like that. Connie stood in the manor with a face full of tears. Deep down, he was at a loss. His Excellency left without saying a single word. Then, wouldn't these people have died in vain? There was no answer to this question. Shanya wanted to know what Zichen had been through all these years, but after seeing so many corpses in the manor, she didn't have the courage to ask. With her eyesight, she could naturally see the cause of death of most people. For a moment, her emotions were complicated. When she saw an old man with a vaguely familiar face, she had mixed feelings. Looking at the old man who looked like a savage, Shanya said hesitantly, You are little Liang Bao? Sister Shanya, you are finally back. When the old man saw Shanya, he was stunned at first. Then, memories flooded his mind. He burst into tears as if he had been wrong. Noah naturally knew Liang Bao. He was a genius with great potential. When they left, they had already determined that Liang Bao would be Kata's successor in the future. He might even follow in their footsteps in the future. However, they didn't expect that the situation would change with the passage of time. That clever child was now in his twilight years, living alone in the deep mountains. Noah turned to look at Zichen. He found that Zichen's expression was very calm. There was no surprise, no shock, and no pity. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. "How did you end up like this?" Shanya looked at Liang Bao and said with a pained expression. Liang Bao turned to look at Zichen. There was a touch of resentment in his eyes. "It's him. He tricked me into entering the depths of the stranger lands. He wanted to kill me." Shanya looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen didn't explain or deny it. He said indifferently, "If you didn't come to the stranger lands, I would be the one who died. You think I would kill you?" Liang Bao pointed at Zichen and said angrily, "I was just scaring you. I just wanted to hear the truth from you. I didn't expect you to want me dead." Zichen said, "I am telling the truth. The main reason why I have lived longer than you is because I ate 3 golden fruits in the depths of the stranger lands. Unfortunately, with your realm, it would take a long time to reach the depths of the stranger lands. If you didn't find anything, your soul power would start to dry up. You wouldn't have the courage to come back. As for whether you would kill me or not, you know the answer best in your heart." Liang Bao said with resentment, "Then why did you come here? To laugh at me?" Zichen said, "I was preparing to leave. So I wanted to see you before I left. It can be considered as cutting off all karma between us." Liang Bao's eyes became more and more resentful. "I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. I should have killed you," Zichen said. "Actually, you weren't soft-hearted. You were just too suspicious. Just like when you told me to come with you to explore the depths of the stranger lands. But after I agreed, you left alone. You were afraid that once you found an opportunity, I would have a hidden method to snatch it away." On Zichen's calm face, there was a trace of regret. "Actually, your talent is really high. Originally, you had a high chance of reaching the empty soul realm. Unfortunately, your mind is not strong enough. Power and greed have slowly eroded you. Otherwise, the ones leaving today would be the 4 of us." Zichen extended his hand and said, "Other than seeing you, I want to bring back something that belongs to Kata." A suction force appeared and something flew out from Liang Bao's body. It was the Kata realm. This belonged to leader Kata. After Clark passed it to Liang Bao, he kept it on him and even brought it to the stranger lands. "This is mine. You bastard, give it to me!" Liang Bao shouted angrily. "This belongs to leader Kata." Zichen inserted a strand of soul power. After taking control of the Kata realm, he took out everything that belonged to Liang Bao. "You're leaving?" In the Kata realm, Kata looked at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said goodbye. Kata replied, "Take care." It wouldn't leave. It only belonged to Kata. After seeing Liang Bao, Zichen's last thoughts disappeared. In fact, he really valued Liang Bao and gave him benefits that were no less than what he gave Shanya. Except for the golden fruit. In terms of mental and physical strength, he had spent more effort on Liang Bao. It was a pity that Liang Bao became stronger and stronger, while Zichen was just an ordinary person. Like a kite flying higher and higher, an unstable string would eventually break. The cause and effect had been severed. Zichen left. Shanya and Nuoya also left. Although the 2 of them did not know what had happened in between, they could guess some things from the words they had heard. After so many years, they didn't expect that after returning, everything would be different. And Liang Bao would spend the rest of his life in the mountains. Compared to those people in the Benson family who didn't even have the rest of their lives, Liang Bao's later years were still not bad. The next day, some people who went to borrow the Divine Soul Sky Grinder saw a few words beside it. The symbol of the leader. Chapter 37:23. Looking at the boundless desert in front of him, Zichen was expressionless. Shanya and Noah stood on his left and right, both of them silent. Zichen closed his eyes and quietly sensed the state of his body. Soul power rippled in his body, filled with a powerful feeling. Yugui was still lying on his shoulder, but at this time, he had already fallen asleep. After a long silence, Shanya tilted her head and looked at Zichen, asking, "So, this is ascension?" Zichen opened his eyes and said, "Sort of. But I'm more willing to believe that we've come from a small world to a large world." Shanya looked at him blankly. Noah also shook her head. The two of them clearly didn't understand. You can think of Kata as a small isolated place, a part of this world. When your power reaches a certain limit, you can walk out from there and come to this vast world. A light appeared in front of Zichen, and the light faded, turning into a saint talisman. This was a heavenly saint arm. In the outside world, the runes represented one's level, but here, there were no runes. In other words, there were no levels. The heavenly saint arm shattered, turning into a huge arm that moved forward. Its power wasn't as great as Zichen had imagined. Zichen frowned slightly, then took out the other saint talisman, and examined it carefully. This was the escape talisman that Zichen had forcibly blocked. Now there were some cracks on it, but it should be able to be activated. These two saint talismans looked the same. However, as Zichen carefully examined them with his soul power, he found the difference between the two. The talisman paper was different. The Heavenly Saint Arm's talisman paper was a very standard saint talisman paper, but this one was different. Apart from the material, the aura it contained was closely connected to this world. In layman's terms, it was recognized by this world, so it was very powerful. Zichen put away the saint talisman and said, "Tell me about this world. What have you learned?" Noah was a little ashamed. Although she had been here for a long time, she didn't know much about this world. Shanya said, "This is the Blue Sand State. The region is extremely vast, and it is famous for producing a type of sand that can be refined into blue crystal particles. There are many cities here, and each city is overseen by an expert. What are blue crystal granules used for? After the blue crystal granules are refined, they will be processed and turned into a blue crystal coin. It is the currency of this area." Shanya took out a round stone and said, "This is the blue crystal coin." Zichen took the blue crystal coin. It was a little heavy in his hand. There was a small square hole in the middle of the coin. He applied a little force, but the blue crystal coin did not change at all. The material was very sturdy. At this moment, the sleeping ghost on Zichen's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. When it saw the blue crystal coin, its eyes lit up. Zichen gently tossed the blue crystal coin into the air. The ghost on his shoulder immediately flew out like a beam of black light and disappeared in a flash. When it stood on Zichen's shoulder again, the blue crystal coin had disappeared. Shanya continued, "Blue crystal coin is not only a currency, but also a great attraction to some spirit pets. Aside from the blue crystal coin, there is also the blue astral coin. It looks like a Xingchen and can be exchanged for about 100 blue crystal coins. Aside from the coins that can be traded, there are two types of people living here. Most of them are soul hunters, and a few are descenders." Speaking of descenders, Shanya secretly glanced at Zichen. He was obviously one of them. Descenders can use talismans to fight. They are very powerful. Soul hunters can use all kinds of materials to refine soul weapons. They are as powerful as holy talismans. In those inhabited cities, every single one of the experts overseeing them is in existence at the soul reality realm. Hearing Shanya's words, Zichen said, "The next realm after the soul realm?" Shanya nodded. "Yes." "What about the Ghost King? Is he also at the soul realm?" Zichen asked. He naturally did not forget Hulifa's words. "He is not. He is at the human soul realm." Zichen frowned. "The realm after the soul realm?" "Yes." Zichen's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent's realm to be so high. This was troublesome. The Ghost King is not only powerful, but he also controls dozens of cities. His influence is very strong. The area we are in is under the Ghost King's jurisdiction. Shania said hesitantly, "Why don't I return to Kata first and come back after my realm has increased?" Obviously, this was just Shania's excuse. As long as she stayed in Kata, it was almost impossible for her to break through again. Moreover, Shania's intention was clear. She did not want to be a burden to Zichen. Zichen said, "Have you seen the Ghost King?" Shania shook her head, indicating that she had not seen him. Zichen was not too surprised. Based on the Ghost King's strength, if Shania had really seen the Ghost King, how could she go back? Of course, this was only Zichen's guess. Perhaps the Ghost King had taken a liking to Shania, and this was just an excuse to attack him. "Have you seen that young man again?" "Never." Then Zichen was almost certain that the young man was deliberately targeting him. Just like how he had negotiated with Noah, this time he should have reached an agreement with the Ghost King. But what he could not understand was, there were so many trial takers here. Why was the young man targeting him? Could it be that there was something more to this? The two looked at Zichen, obviously waiting for him to make a decision. Zichen said, "Do you know why the Ghost King did not personally take action in the past 100 years? Instead, he sent others to stop you?" In fact, Zichen knew the main reason. At this moment, he asked because he wanted to know more about the Ghost King. "I'm not sure, but there is a private rumor that the Ghost King is secretly doing something very important, and has no time to worry about other things." This time, it was Noah who spoke. He had secretly inquired about the Ghost King. Zichen did not get any more valuable information, so he finally said, "In that case, let's take it one step at a time. Is there any place we can go?" Noah thought for a moment and said, "There is a city. There are no experts there, and it is said that it is not under the Ghost King's control. We lived there for a while." Zichen said, "Then let's go there first." Zichen did not know much about this world, especially his own situation. Chapter 37-24. Under Noah's guidance, Zichen saw a city before they even left the desert. Of course, that was if this place could be considered a city. The barricaded fence was about 10 feet high. It was probably because no one had repaired it for many years, as there were gaps in several places. Compared to a city, this place wasn't too big. However, there were many people coming and going. Noah pointed at the small city and said, "This is Sandstar City. It is said that blue crystal grains were first discovered in this area. It was very prosperous back then, but after many years of mining and excavation, the blue crystal grains here have long been mined out. Over time, the mining forces left one by one, causing this prosperous city to decline. However, there are still some small forces and individuals looking for opportunities here." There were no guards at the entrance of this small city. After entering, they saw many dilapidated buildings. These buildings were densely packed, and many of them were high-rise buildings. One could see that this place was prosperous in the past, but now, it was even more dilapidated. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they saw many decent buildings and an endless stream of people. The arrival of Zichen's trio did not attract much attention. However, there were some gazes along the way that would occasionally linger on Shania. No matter the time, a beauty would always attract attention. After an hour, they arrived at a bustling area. Here, they finally saw the liveliness of a city. There were all kinds of shops. Noah said, "Although this place is not big, we can find anything we want. Of course, the prerequisite is that we have blue crystal coins to buy them." The three did not stop in this bustling area. They continued to walk east. After walking through several streets, they came to a slightly remote street. There were many shops here, but not many people came. For a moment, the owners and shop assistants of those shops looked at the three of them, eagerly waiting for them to come to their door. Faced with so many gazes, Zichen was still expressionless. Noah was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, "All these years, we have been hiding most of the time, so we haven't earned much blue crystal coins. The environment in this area is very good, and the price is also very fair. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Thus, the three of them walked to the end of the street and entered a very clean old house. An old shopkeeper received the three of them. The three of them rented a small courtyard with a total of 2 floors and 5 rooms. It was very clean and tidy. Although the furniture was a bit old, the material was very good. It exuded a faint fragrance, which added a bit of comfort to the place. It looked like a home. The shopkeeper was a talkative old man. He had known Noah and Shania for a long time, so he introduced the history of the house to Zichen alone. This house had been around for hundreds of years, and it had been passed down from his grandfather's generation. In the past, the family had prospered, so they built this big house. However, as the harvest of blue crystal granules decreased, many people left, including some of his clansmen. Therefore, the old man rented out the empty house to earn some blue crystal coins. From time to time, Zichen would say a few words, and the conversation with the old man was quite pleasant. Since there is no one else here, if you don't mind, this old man will prepare your meals every day. I will give you a discount on the price. The three of you only need to pay for the ingredients, the old man said with a smile. Anyway, I have to eat alone. It will be more lively if the 4 of us eat together. Then, sorry to disturb you. Zichen did not refuse the old man's kindness. He walked the old man to the door with a smile. As for the blue crystal coins, he will think of a way. Seeing that Zichen had agreed, the old man's smile grew wider. The servant came immediately. Zichen and the other 2 entered the room. He and Noah lived on the 1st floor, while Shania lived on the 3rd floor alone. After the 2 of them found their own rooms, they went to the living room. At this time, the old man had returned with a pot of hot water. Noah picked up the pot and poured a cup of water for Zichen. Zichen tapped the table with his finger, lost in thought. Noah and Shania sat at the side and did not disturb Zichen. After a while, Zichen stopped what he was doing and said, "What is the attitude of the people in this world towards the Descenders?" Noah said, "There is no ambiguity. In fact, they are somewhat happy." Zichen looked at Noah. "Somewhat happy? As far as I know, the Descenders can make talismans. Moreover, their power is not inferior to soul weapons. However, the price is much cheaper, so they are very popular." Noah said, "However, the Descenders are unable to condense soul weapons, so they need to buy some. It can be said that they are complementary to the soul hunters of this world." Zichen nodded slightly and stood up. A light flashed in front of him, and a blank holy talisman appeared. In the next moment, the holy talisman pen Unfathomable also appeared. He prepared to draw the talisman. Shania and Noah also stood up and looked at this scene curiously. Soul power surged, and the tip of the pen began to glow. Zichen put down the pen. This was a movement that he had practiced countless times. It was like a memory engraved in his body. It was done in one go. A heavenly energy saint arm appeared, glowing with a bright light. However, the light quickly dimmed down. There were still no light patterns. "This is the talisman? It's so simple?" Shania was very curious. Zichen picked up the talisman and said, "Does anyone want this?" Noah said with uncertainty, "Although it is not very powerful, it should be able to save the lives of those with lower cultivation realms. Perhaps someone wants it." Zichen put away the talisman and said, "Let's go out and take a look tomorrow." That night, the old man called Zichen and the other 2 for dinner. The 4 of them had a total of 8 dishes, which could be considered very sumptuous. As for the price of the ingredients, it would be calculated after they left. While they were eating, Zichen learned the old man's name. He was Ted, a native of Sandstar City. He had been guarding this old house and lived a quiet life like a wild crane. According to Zichen's sharp senses, although the old man had soul power, he was only at the 3rd realm. He was obviously not a threat to the 3 of them. This should be the main reason why Noah was willing to stay here. The next day, the 3 of them left the room early in the morning and went to various shops. Zichen saw some holy talismans. They were different from the ones he had drawn. The main problem was the material. However, Zichen also found something strange. That was, there were no shops selling talismans here. At least, there were none on the surface. This made him very puzzled. For 2 days, Zichen saw many talismans, but he did not see any shop selling blank talismans. On the 3rd day, Noah suggested that they go out on a mission to earn some blue crystal coins. The most common mission here was an escort mission. Although it was very dangerous, the reward was very high. Obviously, after eating and living here for 3 days, he was already embarrassed. On this night, the old man took out something and asked Zichen to help him take a look. Zichen, help me take a look. What is this thing? The old man handed a black thing that looked like jade to Zichen. Shania said, We have seen it before, but we didn't see anything special about it. Zichen smiled and subconsciously released a wisp of soul power. Chapter 37:25. Zichen's expression changed because everything happened too suddenly. He just casually injected his soul power into it, but his consciousness instantly pulled Zichen into another space. Then, Zichen's expression froze. Shania and Noah noticed the change in Zichen's expression and immediately stood up, looking at the old man in front of them warily. A strange light flashed in the old man's eyes, and then he hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand, I don't know what this is either. Shania and Noah believed this because when they came here before, the old man also took out this thing for them to see, but they couldn't figure out what it was. Could it be that Zichen discovered the secret of this thing? At this moment, a person stood in front of Zichen. He seemed to be the ruler of heaven and earth, holding a brush in his hand. It was the holy talisman brush. He held the brush and raised it, but only one stroke. The world darkened. A huge crack appeared in front of him, and then the whole world began to collapse, as if it couldn't withstand the power of this brush. The destructive energy came in all directions, and even Zichen's body was sucked in. In the next moment, Zichen's consciousness returned, and his face immediately turned pale. In a short moment, he seemed to have consumed too much soul power. Young friend, are you okay? Ted looked at Zichen worriedly. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm fine, just a little too much soul power. As he spoke, he handed the black stone in his hand to Ted. Ted didn't take it immediately, but asked again, Young friend, do you know what this is? Shania and Noah were also very curious, because this was something they couldn't understand. Zichen didn't hesitate and said directly, It seems to be a very powerful holy talisman art. Holy talisman art? Ted was slightly stunned and said, There's actually a holy talisman art inside? Zichen nodded and said, Although it was just a quick glance, it shouldn't be wrong. It's the holy talisman art. The old man shook his head regretfully and said, What a pity. Since it's the holy talisman technique, it's useless to me. Zichen asked curiously, Where did you get this thing? Why? Are you interested? The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, Could it be that you are a descender, Zichen? Zichen nodded. That's great. The holy talisman is most suitable for descenders. You can have it, Ted said. Of course, I'm a businessman, so I'll give you a discount. Zichen shook his head and said, This thing is too precious. Even with a discount, I can't afford it. Ted couldn't see what was inside, but Zichen could see it clearly. It was definitely a powerful holy talisman art. To him, it was priceless. Seeing Zichen refuse, the old man became anxious and immediately said, Don't, no matter how precious it is, it's useless to me. To be honest, this was left behind by a tenant. It can be considered as paying for the accommodation. This old man found many shops to sell it, but no one wanted it. Now that I finally met a fated person, Zichen, you have to accept it. Yes, this old man has a feeling that this thing exists for you, the old man said with a smile. The expression in Noah and Shania's eyes changed. This was because from the old man's expression, it seemed that he couldn't sell it and wanted to promote it. Zichen shook his head again and said, The price of this thing is really high. It's comparable to a supreme treasure to all descenders. If you sell it to them, the price is unimaginable. Ted's eyes lit up and said, Zichen, since you've said it so clearly, this old man believes in your character even more. This thing belongs to you. Zichen smiled bitterly. This was of course a good thing, but he didn't have a single blue crystal coin on him. He couldn't say that he owed it to the old man. The old man had to be willing to accept it. How about this? I'll leave it with you first. Don't sell it to anyone else. We'll go out on a few missions and come back to buy it when we earn some blue crystal coins. Noah immediately said. He obviously knew what Zichen was worried about. Can't descenders sell talisman papers? Ted said. Zichen, can't you sell talisman papers? Or can you use talisman papers to pay off the debt? Hearing Ted's words, Zichen's eyes lit up. That's right, since Ted had lived here for so many years, he naturally had his own business. Moreover, this unknown holy talisman art had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He really didn't want to miss it. Can you take a look at these and see if they can be used? Zichen's hand flashed and several holy talismans appeared. These holy talismans had no rank. They were very powerful in the outside world, but here they were ordinary. Ted was worthy of being an old man who had lived here for many years. He naturally had good eyesight. He only took a glance and said, The soul power contained in these talismans isn't strong. Zichen, you must have brought them from the outside world, right? Zichen nodded and said, I wonder if anyone wants this thing? Of course, someone wants it. Ted said, There are more people who want this thing, but the price isn't high. After all, only existences below the soul illusionary realm can use it. This made Zichen completely relieved. He immediately took out all the holy talismans he had and said, I still have some on me. I'll give them all to you after I'm done. By the way, can you help me buy some talisman papers from this world? Ted asked in surprise. Talisman papers? What's that? A light flashed in front of Zichen and a blank talisman paper appeared. It's this kind of thing. You must use it to write talismans. Unexpectedly, Ted shook his head and said, There's no such thing in this world. No talisman papers? Zichen was stunned. Then where do the holy talismans in this world come from? Ted didn't even think about it and said directly, Heaven and earth will sense it and form talismans. Zichen looked thoughtful. He cupped his fist at the old man and left the table alone. The old man looked at Zichen's back and said nothing. Black jade stones and a large number of holy talismans were placed on the table. Noah and Shanya were confused. They didn't understand why Zichen suddenly left. Zichen returned to his room and sat cross-legged, motionless. If he had a vague understanding of the holy talismans in this world before, then Ted's words were equivalent to dispelling the fog, allowing Zichen to see a faintly discernible path under his feet. He was silent for a long time, but his mind was playing the action of writing talismans over and over again. The soul power in his body began to surge. The surging soul power gradually became restless, which gave birth to a strong desire in Zichen's heart. This was the desire to write talismans when his soul resonated with this world. The holy talisman brush suddenly appeared in Zichen's hand. When Zichen opened his eyes, there was a flash of light in his eyes. In the next moment, the soul power in his body began to surge, like numerous spirit snakes converging at the tip of the brush. The soul power surged, and Zichen drew talismans in the air. Using heaven and earth as the talisman paper, he wrote his will in heaven and earth. In other words, he wrote his will. The brush fell. It was done in one go. Buzz! Heaven and earth responded. Countless soul power surged around, forming a vortex, and came in front of Zichen. A light appeared where the soul power converged. It was the holy talisman. A holy talisman that perfectly matched the rules of this place. Chapter 37:26. The holy talisman floated quietly in front of Zichen. It was still the same heavenly saint arm, but this time, its power was much stronger. The talisman paper glowed, and one could clearly sense the powerful soul power contained within. Zichen's face revealed a trace of joy. The moment the talisman was formed, he felt his soul become incomparably compatible with the laws of this place. Just like when he condensed his first soul power in kata, he once again obtained the recognition of the laws of this place as a descender. Knocking sounds came from outside the door. Zichen got up and prepared to open the door. As he took a step forward, Zichen's legs went soft, and he almost fell. Only then did Zichen realize that the soul power in his body had been completely depleted. He staggered forward to open the door. When the door opened, Shanya looked at the pale-faced Zichen and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Zichen's face was pale, but his eyes were very bright. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I just used too much soul power. I can slowly recover." Shanya supported Zichen and walked into the room. Then, she saw the holy talisman floating in the air and felt the powerful soul power contained within. She said excitedly, "You succeeded?" Noah, who was following behind, was also excited. After wandering in this world for 100 years, he was very clear about what kind of status and wealth the descenders who could condense sacred runes had in this world. "I succeeded. But without the talisman paper's help, each holy talisman requires a lot of soul power to condense," Zichen said. "But now, we don't have to worry about blue crystal coins anymore." Previously, the two of them came to check because they felt the soul power fluctuations. Now that they saw that Zichen was only exhausted and was not in danger, they left. Zichen sat cross-legged and began to recover his soul power. At this moment, he missed the life soul fruit that could recover soul power. In front of Ted were the many holy talismans that Zichen took out. Although the grades of these holy talismans were not high, they were easy to sell. No matter where one was, there were many weaklings who wanted to preserve their lives. Of course, it was the same for the strong as well. However, the number of the strong naturally couldn't be compared to the weak. The black jade piece was right beside him, but the old man didn't even look at it. "Yes, the most important thing now is to get rid of these saint talismans." Ted stood up and left with the saint talismans. Early the next morning, Zichen stood in front of Ted. This time, he was holding the 3 heavenly energies saint talismans. After seeing the 3 saint talismans, Ted's eyes immediately lit up. Clearly, he saw something different. The price of a saint talisman of this level was much higher. Not bad at all." Ted nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to have the opportunity to do business with a descender like Zichen. I have to thank you for your advice," Zichen said with a smile. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The old man's advice had allowed him to gain the recognition of this world in advance. Noah and Shanya stood at the side and were very excited. If Ted agreed, Zichen would be able to get the black jade piece. And the 3 of them wouldn't have to do missions anymore. For so many years, they had heard too many stories about how wealthy descenders were. "Are these 3 saint talismans okay?" The smile on Zichen's face didn't fade. It was time to do business. "Of course." The old man nodded and said, "I've sold all the ones you gave me last night, and sold them for a good price. Moreover, the talismans you gave seemed to have additional auxiliary effects, so they were more expensive than normal ones." He was talking about the auxiliary effects of the heavenly energy Saint Arm. It seemed that Ted had already discovered it. If it was combined with the Soul Hunter's soul technique, the power would be even more powerful. Since someone wanted to buy it, the transaction could continue. Naturally, Zichen wanted the black jade piece. Speaking of business, the old man's expression became more serious. "The previous talismans could be sold for 7 blue crystal coins each. Those blue crystal coins can be considered as part of the transaction. Now I estimate that the 3 talismans you took out can be sold for about 50 to 55 blue crystal coins." Zichen listened quietly and nodded from time to time. "Then let's count it as 50. Under the condition that it doesn't affect my cultivation, I can make about 10 talismans a day." Noah and Shania were very excited when they heard this because it was equivalent to earning 500 blue crystal coins or 5 blue astral coins every day. Ted took out the black jade piece and said, "In that case, this will be your payment for 10 days. Excluding the previous Saint talismans, it was equivalent to paying another 5,000 blue crystal coins to buy the black jade piece. For Shania and the others, the price was ridiculously high. However, for Zichen, who knew the value of the black jade piece, it was a huge discount. If it were someone else, they would be willing to pay 50,000 blue crystal coins, let alone 5,000. The transaction was thus concluded. Zichen took the black jade piece and left the 3 Saint talismans behind. Then, he returned to his room. Today, he did not need to go out again. He began to meditate. He injected his soul power into it, and saw the same scene. The tall figure made the world collapse with a single stroke. After that, his soul became extremely weak, and he needed a period of time to recover. Noah and Shania were not in a hurry to leave. They only needed to wait for a while. Then, they would have blue crystal coins and become rich. The two of them placed all their hopes on Zichen. Early the next morning, Zichen gave Ted 10 Saint talismans of the heavenly energy Saint Arm as promised. After eating, he went back to meditate. On the 3rd day, there were still 10 talismans. On the 4th day, there were 11 of them. On the 5th day, there were 12. Zichen also discovered that the longer he meditated on the black jade piece, the faster his soul power grew. The same went for his recovery speed. This made him ecstatic. Obviously, the black jade piece with the Saint Talisman technique had brought him an unexpected surprise. It seemed that this place was remote enough. After several days, the Ghost King's men did not appear. Shania and Noah would walk around the bustling area every day, trying to find out what they wanted to know. To the two of them, no news was the best news. On the 8th day, a piece of news exploded in the small city. Someone had excavated blue crystal granules from an abandoned mine. This time, the quality was even higher. It was said that they could be used to refine higher-grade blue star coins. When the news came out, the small city was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was true or not, a large number of people flocked to the city every day. For a time, Sandstar City became the focus of attention of many forces. Noah and Shania started to worry. With such a big thing happening, it was impossible for the Ghost King's people not to come. On the 10th day, Zichen completed the agreement in advance. Chapter 37:27. Zichen looked at the old man in astonishment. On the phone a look of shame appeared on the old man's face, and he continued, "I know that this is indeed a little too much, but I won't let you make this trip in vain. I will return all the blue crystal coins that I have earned over the past few days to you as a reward for this trip." The old man's offer surprised Zichen, but he shook his head and refused. "That won't be necessary. The value of the black jade slip is enough for this mission." The old man's additional request was for Zichen to help escort someone to a place called Star Ocean City. Zichen had never heard of that place, but according to Ted, it was very far away and there might be great danger along the way. Seeing Zichen agree so readily, Ted patted Zichen's shoulder and said, "The journey this time is long, so I can't let you make this trip for nothing. In the next 2 days I will prepare some things for you to use along the way." The old man was well aware of the trio's current situation. They did not have any extra blue crystal coins to buy other resources. If a battle broke out along the way, the trio would consume a lot of their energy. Without any external items to rely on, they could only slowly recover their energy. As a result, the danger would naturally be greater. Zichen did not refuse this time. Resources were related to his life, so he naturally could not be careless. When Zichen told the two of them about this, they were only surprised. They did not even have the necessary vigilance. This surprised Zichen. He immediately asked the two why they were so relaxed. In the end, Shania's answer made him not know whether to laugh or cry. "How dangerous do you think a mission assigned by a third realm cultivator will be?" This answer made some sense, but one had to be careful in everything. Looking at the serious Zichen, Noah smiled and said, "You've seen what kind of city this is. Even if there is danger, it won't be a threat to us. Moreover, because of the blue crystal grains, this place has become lively again. Many factions are planning to relocate here. If we leave now, we can be considered to have left this place that is about to become a place of trouble. This is a good thing. Even if there are dangers along the way, it's nothing compared to what's about to happen in Blue Sand City. The only regret is that we can't explore the mineral vein. Seeing how optimistic the two of them were, Zichen didn't say anything else. That night, the four of them had dinner together again before returning to their respective rooms. It was late at night. The old man sat in the living room of his house. He was still awake, and no one knew what he was waiting for. The crystal ball emitted a soft light, illuminating the surroundings. Not long after, a person came to the living room and entered without invitation. The old man raised his eyelids and glanced at the old man. The newcomer sat across from the old man and poured himself a cup of water. Looking at the cold water in the cup, he frowned and said, "The water is cold. This is not how you treat your guests." The old man said, "If you have something to say, say it. This time, my people will be the ones in charge of the escort mission. So, after the mission is completed, I want 80% of the reward." The person lightly knocked on the table and said, 80%? The old man snorted. "You have a big appetite. This is a business that I invited. It's one thing for you, the city lord of Blue Sand City, to butt in, but you actually want 80% of the reward? Do you think that's possible?" This person was actually the city lord of Blue Sand City. For a third realm old man to talk to the city lord with such an attitude, his identity was clearly not ordinary. "The road ahead is long, and we don't know what dangers there will be. I've sent a large number of people, but you only sent 3. I'm already giving you face by letting you get 20%. The city lord of Blue Sand City said, "Because those 3 people of yours are dispensable. They don't have to do anything, and you're getting 20% of the reward." The old man shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then let the 3 of them escort. I don't want any of your people, and don't even think about getting any of the reward." The city lord of Blue Sand City looked at the old man with a strange gaze. "Just what is the reason that you're willing to sacrifice some of your wealth to let the 3 of them leave the city? Could it be that the 3 of them have some special identity?" "At least 40%. The old man said. "That's my bottom line." Looking at the resolute old man, the city lord of Blue Sand City nodded and said, "Very well, we'll do as you say." He stood up. The old man said, "We'll leave early in the morning the day after tomorrow." The city lord of Blue Sand City turned and left. However, as he did so, a mocking smile flashed across his face. As the city lord left, another person walked in. This person's face could not be seen clearly, and he was dressed in a black robe, standing in the shadows. If one did not look carefully, it would be almost impossible to discover his presence. Go prepare 12 soul-hiding talismans, 6 soul-returning talismans, and 1 death substitution talisman. Looking at the black-robed man, the old man gave the order. The figure in the shadows hesitated and said, "We've already given them such valuable items. Should we remind them again?" The old man said, "No need. Zichen is not an idiot. If he can't even see that, then he would have died for nothing." "Yes." The figure in the shadows disappeared into the shadows again. Early the next morning, Zichen sent over 10 heavenly saint arms. He needed to exchange them for some blue crystal coins to use on the journey. After taking away the saint talisman, the old man took out the other things he had prepared and handed them to Zichen. Seeing these saint talismans, Zichen's eyes were filled with surprise. He never knew that the saint talisman had such a great effect. It was comparable to those pills. After knowing the use of these saint talismans, his expression became serious. The value of these things was much higher than 5,000 blue crystal coins. The fact that the old man had taken out so many good things was enough to prove that this mission was not ordinary. "What do you need me to do?" Zichen asked. "You need to send someone safely to Shanghai City." "Who?" "You'll know when the time comes." The old man patted Zichen's shoulder. "Rest well for the night. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. At night, in the city lord's mansion, a shining saint talisman floated in the air, its light enveloping the entire hall. There were only 2 people in the hall, the city lord and his most trusted and most capable subordinate. Ecom. Ecom was wearing battle armor, and his body was filled with an iron-blooded aura. He half knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. The city lord said, "This time you have to be careful when you escort them. I don't trust that old thing, so the employer might not be the master you think he is. As the saying goes, it's hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. You must be careful and find out who the real employer is." A ruthless light flashed in the city lord's eyes. He wiped his neck with his hand. "After you find out, act according to the plan. The second thing is, after the matter is done, immediately inform the Ghost King's people and hand over the 3 of them. Eh?" Chapter 37:28. Zichen woke up early in the morning and had a meal with the old man. During the meal, the old man said some encouraging words. After that, the 3 of them paid the bill and left. They stayed here for more than 10 days. Including food and lodging, they spent less than 100 blue crystal coins. Although many people had come to the city during this period of time, the street was still deserted. From time to time, people would look over from the shops on both sides of the street. This time, Noah was no longer embarrassed, because Zichen could be said to be extremely wealthy. After walking out of the street, Zichen walked towards the agreed place. Just as he reached the east side of the city, he saw 2 carriages pulled by exotic beasts in the middle of the road. They were very conspicuous. "What time is it now? Why aren't they here yet? Do they still have our young lady in their eyes?" It was a woman. She should be the servant of the employer. Dissatisfaction was written all over her pretty face. In addition to the maid, there were 4 middle-aged men with calm auras standing next to the carriage. They held a large saber in their hands and stood indifferently next to the carriage. The 2 carriage drivers were old men. Perhaps because they did not sleep well, the 2 of them were dozing off and turned a deaf ear to the maid's complaints. In addition to these people, there was a woman carrying a long sword on her back. She was moving things into the other carriage. The carriage was empty. Zichen sensed a fluctuation of aura in the carriage in front. There was a person sitting there. Zichen stopped when he was a few feet away from the carriage and looked in front of him. Ted did not mention who the employer was, but judging from the current situation, the employer was the person in the carriage. She should be a young lady. At this moment, the servant girl who had been complaining incessantly also noticed Zichen and the other 2. Her gaze quickly swept past the 3 of them, pausing briefly on Shanya's face before she rudely said, "The 3 of you, did Ted send you here?" Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, we did. May I ask, why are you only here now? Since you don't know anything, what's the use of having the 3 of you?" Before Zichen could finish his words, the maid interrupted Zichen and said, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you moving things into the car? How can you be so blind?" There was anger in Noah's eyes. Shanya was also dissatisfied with this rude girl. Zichen shook his head slightly, indicating that the 2 of them should not be impulsive. He immediately walked forward and began to follow the woman carrying the sword to carry the things. The woman with the sword on her back had a pretty face and a slender figure. She was wearing light-colored clothes and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked very capable. After seeing Zichen, she smiled at him. Compared to the mean maid, she seemed very kind. Zichen nodded with a smile and picked up the box next to him. "Little Mute, don't worry about it. Let the 3 of them do it. This time, we spent a lot of money to hire them. They are here to work, not to be bosses." The maid's words rang out again. The woman named Little Mute glanced at the maid and shook her head with a smile, but her hands did not stop moving. The maid seemed to be about to reprimand the woman with the sword on her back when another team arrived. Everyone in this team was wearing armor and riding on exotic beasts. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man. As they approached, an iron-blooded aura hit them in the face. Feeling this aura, Zichen's hands slowed down slightly. He subconsciously looked to the side. It was a team of about 100 people who had been through hundreds of battles. "You're finally here." At this moment, the maid immediately stepped forward and said in a tough tone, "I thought you weren't coming." "How can we not come when we have an agreement?" On the back of the exotic beast, the iron-blooded general showed a faint smile on his face, looking a little carefree. Unexpectedly, the maid did not seem to buy it. She said coldly, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come down to help. You're all so stupid. I really wonder if you have the ability to protect my young lady." A murderous aura came from the front. The eyes of the hundreds of soldiers flashed coldly. Feeling this coldness, the maid did not feel fear. Instead, she looked at the crowd provocatively. "What? Are you rebelling? Do you still want the reward this time?" Ikon gently raised his hand and the murderous aura behind him immediately dissipated. He saluted the maid and said, "Young lady, you must be joking. We didn't mean that. Besides, I also think that they don't need our help anymore." The maid said unhappily, "You don't believe me when I say that you don't have good eyesight. I'm not a young lady. The real young lady is in the carriage. You said that you, all right, little you. We still have to trouble the generals to protect us. We are the ones who need your help. Be polite." A gentle and pleasant voice came from the carriage, directly interrupting Little Yu's words. "Little Yu is used to being rude since young. I hope the generals won't blame her." With a pleasant voice and an apologetic tone, as well as addressing everyone as general, those people immediately lost their temper. Ikon even laughed heartily and said, "Young Miss is too polite. Protecting young Miss's safety is our duty." Then, Ikon looked at Zichin and said, "Little brother, do you still need help?" Zichin raised his head and said, "No need. I don't need much." Ikon smiled again and said, "I can see that little brother has a lot of strength. As for the three of you, when we came here, the city lord also told us that you are dispensable. Therefore, I will have to trouble you with the hard work on the road. For example, moving the goods and feeding our battle companions." Ikon patted the exotic beast beneath him. Obviously, this was his companion. Noah's face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Zichin pulled him back and looked at Ikon, saying, "If the general really trusts the three of us, it's not impossible for us to do some hard work. After all, everyone has to contribute when we're here. There's no distinction between nobility and lowly." Little Mute, who was at the side, glanced at Zichin. His calm gaze also changed slightly. Ikon harumphed and said, "You're quite tactful. However, you don't have the right to feed our companions." Faced with the other party's provocation, Zichen's expression didn't change much, but he was muttering in his heart. First, it was the maidservant, and now it was this Ikon. Were the two of them acting out of character, or did they have other motives? At this moment, the maidservant Little Yu said impatiently, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Hurry up and get moving." Ikon smiled faintly, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, let's set off. Keep your eyes open. If there are any ignorant fellows, kill them without mercy." After saying that, he looked at Zichin provocatively. Chapter 37-29. The group set off and left Blue Sand City. Outside the city was a desert. Occasionally, one or two caravans could be seen coming from the opposite side. Blue Sand City had become more and more lively recently because of a major discovery. Zichin followed behind the second empty carriage. Ikang's men spread out, protecting everyone in the center. Xiaoyu sat on the carriage, and the 4 guards rode on their beasts. In the entire group, only Zichen's group and the sword-bearing woman called Xiaoyu were walking. Noah's gaze swept across the surroundings. Finally, he looked at Zichin and asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Although these guards' realms aren't high, they've all been through hundreds of battles. They can't be underestimated." Zichin lowered his voice. "I know that Ikon. He's very famous in Blue Sand City. It's said that he's only a step away from the Soul Realm. He's very strong. Seeing such a big lineup, he already knew that this escort mission wasn't that simple. Hence, he was much more cautious now. Zichen nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The group didn't stop to rest. They only stopped to rest when it was evening. The young lady didn't come down. Xiaoyu was serving her. There are still 4 days before we leave this place. In these few days, 4 of you will be on night watch. The rest will rest. Once we leave this desert, we'll increase our vigilance. Yikan instructed, his gaze sweeping past the carriage. Yes. The group of guards immediately spread out. After sending out the sentries, they also stood guard in groups of 3 to 5. Zichen's group remained in the center. However, they didn't seem to fit in with any of the groups. At this moment, the sword-bearing woman walked over and handed Zichen some rations. Zichen shook his head slightly, indicating that there was no need. Then, he took out the food that Ted had prepared in advance. The sword-bearing woman nodded and smiled at Zichen's group. She didn't say anything. Then, she walked to the side of the carriage. From where she stood, she could guard 2 directions. The 2 old men didn't get off the carriage, nor did they eat. They remained in the carriage. As the sky gradually darkened, Noah and Shanya guarded Zichen. Zichen took out the black jade piece and probed it with his soul power. The scene he saw before appeared again, but this time, Zichen found that he was even closer to the tall figure. When the figure finished writing, he seemed to be saying something, but Zichen couldn't hear it clearly. As the stroke fell, heaven and earth collapsed, and Zichen's consciousness returned. His face paled slightly. He had consumed a lot of soul power, but he was quickly suppressed. On the chariot, an old man with his eyes closed opened his eyelids, but in the end, he fell asleep again. The night passed in silence. The next day, the group continued their journey. The road ahead was filled with yellow sand, and the scenery was monotonous. It looked dull and boring. Occasionally, there would be a few green plants that would brighten one's eyes. If it was Zichen, he could have just flown over. But now, he had to follow the team and leave on foot. 2 days had passed, and the vegetation along the way had obviously increased. The experienced Shanya told Zichen that they were almost out of the desert. After the desert was an oasis. The green scenery filled everyone's eyes, and everyone's mood was much better. When they were completely out of the desert, and passed by a river, Ikong signaled for everyone to stop and rest. The 4 men who rarely ate still didn't get down. They rode on the backs of the exotic beasts and guarded around the chariot. Xiaoyu went to the river to fetch water. The woman with the sword also took out a water bottle and walked towards the river. In this world, soul weapons that could store things like the card tower realm were very rare. After Zichen came to this world and awakened his soul power, it was equivalent to bringing along a spatial soul weapon. After reaching the soul illusionary realm, he could already place things in this world at will. This was also what Noah and Shanya had always envied. But until now, Zichen hadn't been exposed. He had been eating the dry rations that Noah had brought along. At this moment, seeing Little Mute go to fetch water, Zichen also walked forward. After 3 days of observation, he found that among the group, only Little Mute was easier to talk to. He didn't have any ill intentions towards them. He wanted to find out some information. Little Mute heard footsteps beside her. She turned her head and saw Zichen. Zichen smiled slightly and came to Little Mute's side. He said, "I'm Zichen. How should I address you?" Little Mute was stunned at first, then her face turned red. She pointed at her mouth and shook her head at Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. It was actually a mute girl. "Why don't you take a look at your own status? You still have ideas about Little Mute?" Just as Zichen was slightly stunned, the maid Little Yu's harsh voice sounded out. "Although Little Mute doesn't know how to speak, she grew up together with young Mississippi. The 2 of them are like sisters. How could a bumpkin like you be associated with her?" Xiao Yu's voice was very loud and attracted many gazes. For a moment, everyone's gazes towards Zichen became strange. Hearing this, Ikon looked at Little Mute with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was actually a beautiful girl who couldn't speak. What a pity. He suddenly thought of a rumor he had heard. It was said that some large clans would find children similar to their age after the birth of a direct descendant. They would groom them from young and grow up with them. They would protect them closely, like soldiers of sacrifice. In order to keep certain secrets, they would often lose the ability to speak at a young age and become mute. Could it be that this mute girl in front of him had a similar identity? "You're really a toad lusting after a swan." Loud laughter came from not far away. It was the mockery of the armored guards. Zichen, who had come back to his senses, glanced at Xiao Yu. She raised her head and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes like a proud peacock. Zichen didn't quarrel with this maid who had been very rude and unreasonable all the way. Because she was arrogant and unreasonable, it was almost impossible to win an argument. He looked at Little Mute again. She shook her head at Zichen with an apologetic expression. Zichen nodded with a smile and then bent down to drink water. He didn't say anything else. This was just a small interlude. Everyone mocked Zichen for a while, but after realizing that Zichen didn't have any reaction, they all lost interest. Zichen got up and realized that Little Mute was still standing beside him, as if she was waiting for him. "Let's go." Zichen hung the water bottle at his waist and said indifferently. He didn't deliberately avoid arousing suspicion. After taking a few steps, his expression suddenly changed and he looked to the side. There was a forest over 200 feet away from here. "Be careful, enemy attack!" Yi Kang's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, Zichen grabbed Little Mute, and the two of them rushed to the ground in front of them. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking suddenly sounded. Countless black arrows flew in their direction and instantly flooded the place where the two of them were standing. In fact, it wasn't just here. There were arrows constantly falling from other directions. Zichen quietly looked up and saw the arrows falling to the ground. His expression changed again. The tips of the arrows were tied with holy talismans. At this moment, these holy talismans began to glow and had been activated. Chapter 37:30. Countless deafening booms resounded in their ears. The air billowed, bringing along a large amount of soil. It was like a hidden weapon, flying in all directions. Xiao Mute, who had just fallen to the ground, immediately had a change in his expression when he saw the changes in his surroundings. He struggled to rush forward. Zichen pressed down on the other party tightly, indicating for her not to be impulsive. The power of these arrows was extraordinary. The most important thing was that they carried the holy talisman, which was extremely powerful. Xiao Yu, who was not far away, was stunned at first. She immediately covered her head with both hands in a defensive posture. Soul light flowed out from her body, blocking the impact from the surroundings. However, in the next moment, she reacted and immediately stood up. She moved forward in the rolling air billows. The water bottle in her hand was thrown away somewhere. At this moment, she was shouting for her young miss loudly, her eyes full of worry. The arrows were still flying, and the whistling sound kept coming from the forest. The thick smoke and dust rolled, and no one could see the abnormal situation around them clearly. Only Yi Kang's orders could be heard in an orderly manner. Amidst the rolling smoke and dust, Zichen used his soul power to see everything that was happening around him. It was as if he was standing in the air, looking down at the ground. However, in the process of extending his soul power, he always felt a sense of oppression, as if there was something beside him. Yi Kang's subordinates had already formed a battle formation, preparing to charge into the forest. Beside the carriage with the young miss, an invisible airflow appeared. All the arrows that tried to get close to the carriage would automatically fly to the sides. The explosions continued and the air billows rolled, but the carriage did not move at all. The coachman on the carriage still had his eyes closed. The 4 guards guarded the surroundings of the carriage and also did not move. The other carriage with goods was also not affected. The old coachman sat there motionlessly. It was not that they had displayed any brilliant means, but that all the arrows were blocked by the chariot in front of them. Zichen, who used his soul power to see this scene, was shocked. He, who did not think that this mission was easy, realized that he had still underestimated the degree of danger this time. The 4 guards were strong, and they should all be soul emptiness. The coachman in charge of the young miscarriage should also be a strong person, but his realm was unknown. As for the other old man in the carriage, although he hadn't made a move yet, he was definitely not a weakling. Ecom was still giving out orders and had not made a move yet. Beside Ecom, there were 4 people standing. The realms of these 4 people were undoubtedly at the Soul Void realm as well. There were actually so many Soul Void realm cultivators gathered in this group. The sharp sound disappeared, and the arrows no longer appeared. Only a cold voice suddenly came from the forest. "Little ones, charge for me. Leave the beautiful women behind, and kill the rest without mercy." As the billowing dust settled, Zichen stood up and looked into the woods. Xiaomute immediately ran towards the carriage. Her cheeks were red because she had been pinned down by Zichen. Noah and Shanya also arrived at Zichen's side in time. "Kill!" A loud and clear voice rang out from the forest. Soon after, a stream of people rushed out from the forest. There were at least a few hundred people. They were all covered in black cloth, and their killing intent was soaring. The sharp weapons in their hands glinted coldly under the sunlight. However, after seeing the situation in front of them, their faces changed drastically. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Hence, they stopped. The people behind were still charging, crashing into the people in front. The battle had not yet begun, but those black-clothed people were already in a mess. "What are you all still standing there for? Why aren't you running? A bunch of idiots!" The cold voice from before rang out again. However, this time, his voice had already reached the depths of the forest. Obviously, he saw that the situation was not good and had already run away. After the chaotic crowd got up, they ran into the forest one by one. The previous bombardment had consumed a lot of their wealth. According to the previous situation, the attacking group would have been in a mess and panicked. However, this time, not only were those people not panicking, they didn't even have the necessary casualties. One should know that there was not a single one. There was not even a single arrow mark on the main target's carriage. Only a few exotic beasts were injured, but it was not serious. They had caught the other party unprepared, and the other party had not suffered any casualties. How could they charge forward? After charging forward, who would be the one attacking who? Hence, they ran very quickly, even faster than when they came. Looking at the fleeing masked people, the group of guards was stunned. Then, they all looked towards Ikang. "A bunch of bandits who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing them is useless. Let them be." Ikang waved his hand. "Everyone, take a short break, then continue on our way." Xiaoyu ran to the side of the carriage. Her face was very pale. Perhaps she was too frightened, but she did not criticize Ikang's arrangements. She sat next to the old coachman, while Xiaoyu followed beside the carriage. The 4 guards looked calm, as if the attack had never happened. After a short break, the group continued on their way. No one noticed that there was a pair of eyes in the forest, watching them until they were far away. It was an old man, dressed in hemp clothes. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was a world of his own. After the carriage disappeared from sight, he sighed softly. "This kind of extravagance, it really is the style of the Lan family." Footsteps came from behind. A middle-aged man walked over and said respectfully, "Second uncle, what's the situation?" The hemp-clothed old man said, "1 true soul realm, 12 false soul realm, and 2 I can't sense their realms." The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "Even you can't sense their realms? And there are 2 of them. What kind of strength do they have?" The old man shook his head and said, "They might not be strong. Maybe it's because they cultivated some kind of secret technique. That coachman is indeed a little strange. As for that young man, it should be because of the secret technique. His own realm shouldn't be high. What should we do now?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man. "Follow the original plan. This time, whether it's the people or the goods, we have to leave them behind." the old man turned and said, "Come back with me now and wait for the family's arrangements." The two of them, one in front and one behind, flew into the distance. The group of bandits who escaped into the forest were all panting. Fortunately, no one chased after them, so their lives were saved. "Damn thing, who gave you the information? Damn it, are they trying to kill the heroes of our Greenwood Mountain?" The leader who gave the order cursed loudly at the crowd. Having just escaped death, they could only endure the leader's curses. "In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't you know who you can mess with and who you can't?" The leader waved his hand impatiently. "All right, get out of here. Remember to hide well and don't be discovered again." The group of bandits who called themselves the Greenwood Mountain scattered in the forest. This place was like their home, so they naturally knew where to hide. After everyone left, the leader looked into the distance. "Ekong, this time's test is over. I'll wait for your good news." After that, he entered the forest. It was dark, and the group was no longer in a hurry. Since they had arrived at the oasis, there were naturally dead trees. At night, everyone lit a bonfire, so it was no longer lonely. Beside a bonfire, Noah held a branch and pushed aside the coals that were no longer smoking after the firewood was burned. Shania sat at the side in a daze, not saying a word. Zichin went to the river to clean the small beasts he had hunted. It was said that he wanted to improve the food. After a while, Zichin came back with 2 clean small beasts. He put the prepared willow branch through the small beasts, and then hung them above the coals. Noah and Shania came over and watched curiously. At this time, Zichin immediately took out a few holy talismans, which were the ones Ted had given him. Except for the scapegoat talisman, he divided the rest of the holy talismans into 3 portions and handed one to the 2 people who were close by. The 2 looked at Zichin in surprise. Zichin gave the 2 a look, and they immediately put away the holy talismans. At the same time, they lowered their voices and said, "I have a bad feeling in my heart. Keep the holy talismans well. They can save your lives if necessary. Also, don't stay too far away from me." Looking at Zichen's solemn expression, the 2 of them nodded in agreement. Chapter 37-31. Zichin was shocked and subconsciously turned his head. He had been very focused before, but he didn't notice the old man approaching. This old man was the coachman, but after what happened today, Zichin naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary coachman. Even though this coachman didn't do anything today. This was the coachman of the second carriage. The old man came to Zichen's side and lowered his head to look at the roasted meat. Noah leaned to the side, leaving a seat for him. After the old man sat down, he looked at the little beast on the charcoal fire. He took a deep breath and praised. "Fragrant, it's really fragrant." As if the old man really came for the roasted meat. Zichin began to flip the willow branch, and the little beast followed suit. Its surface gradually changed color, and drops of fat fell on the charcoal fire, making sizzling sounds. One had to admit that this technique looked very professional. The fragrance of meat spread everywhere. The old man's eyes lit up, and his saliva almost flowed out. "Little kid, what's your relationship with Ted?" There was still some time before the meat was cooked, and he couldn't just watch, so the old man took the initiative to ask. "The relationship between the shopkeeper and the tenant," Zichin said, his eyes staring at the roasted meat. "Just such a simple relationship? He would give you such a fat job?" The old man obviously didn't believe it. Zichin smiled bitterly. "Fat job?" The old man really knows how to joke. "What do you mean?" The old man turned to look at Zichin. "If I had a choice, I would still like to stay in the inn. I would also be happy to give this fat job to someone else." As he spoke, Zichin didn't look at the old man. Shania and Noah beside him didn't say a word. Although they weren't as knowledgeable as Zichin, they could tell that the old man wasn't someone who would find a topic to talk about. The old man gently snapped his fingers, and a gentle breeze seemed to blow past. The oil that had landed on the charcoal slightly changed its direction. "No one can hear you. Tell me, Why isn't this a fat job? The old man asked with a smile. What else is there to say? Over a dozen soul void realms in a team, can this still be called a fat job? Hearing Zichen's indifferent tone, the old man's expression did not change, but Noah and Shanya's expressions changed. There were more than a dozen soul void realm experts in their team? Why are there so many of them? Seeing Zichen focus on barbecuing the meat, the old man said with dissatisfaction. I say, little guy, look at this old man. I've already shown you so much power, and you're just saying some useless words? Are you worthy of this old man's divine ability? Zichen said. Earlier, I vaguely felt an aura wandering around, as if I was being watched. So I suspect that the previous sneak attack was just a test. There will be danger in the next few days, the old man said. So, you're going to run away after dividing the goods? Running away is impossible. Since we agreed to this mission, we will naturally do our best to complete it. However, you may not need us. The meat is cooked. Do you want to try it? Zichen turned his head to look at the old man. The old man actually took the initiative to look for him. This was something that Zichen did not expect. Moreover, the old man also indicated his identity as an expert. However, Zichen did not feel flattered in his heart. Instead, he felt heavy. Of course, if not, why would this old man come? The old man did not stand on ceremony and directly reached out to grab it. At this moment, in the eyes of the surrounding people, Zichen's side was normal. It was just that a few people were dividing the barbecue meat, and the smell was quite fragrant. This made many people feel that the dry rations in their hands were hard to swallow. Humph, you really don't know any manners. Smelling the fragrance of the meat, the maidservant Xiao Yu snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Ever since the scene in the day, it was unknown if she was scared, but her arrogance was restrained by a lot. Little Mute, who was beside her, smiled. The two little beasts were divided among the four people. Before the old man left, he patted Zichen's shoulder and said earnestly, Young man, your skills are indeed not bad. Zichen looked at the other party with a look of disdain. The old man laughed and returned to the carriage. Zichen's soul power fluctuated around his body, eliminating the oil stains on his shoulder. He muttered in his heart. Even if you want to display your strength, you don't have to do this, right? Previously, there was an inexplicable force suppressing him, causing his body to be unable to move at all. Hence, there were oil stains on his shoulder. Yikang's gaze watched the old man leave, a look of doubt in his eyes. After today's incident, he also knew that the number of Soul Void Realm experts in the team was not small. At the moment, he still had not thought of a good way to complete the City Lord's instructions. The next day was peaceful. At night, the old man came to Zichen's place again to eat, and this time, Zichen roasted 3 little beasts at once. Under everyone's mocking eyes, Zichen handed a little beast roasted until it was golden yellow to Little Mute. Little Mute's face was slightly red, and she gave the roasted meat to Little Yu. Little Yu glared fiercely at Zichen before taking the roasted meat from Little Mute's hand. After that, the 3 of them ate. When Zichen returned, mocking laughter came from all around. Occasionally, there was the sound of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Towards this, Zichen was not angry. Sitting by the bonfire again, the old man looked at Zichen and said with a smile, Why? Have you taken a fancy to Little Mute? Zichen glanced at the old man and did not say anything. The old man sighed and said, What a pity! Little Mute has been following this since young, so it's impossible for her to marry. But I have to say, your taste is really not bad. Little Mute's talent is extremely high. If you can really marry her, then in the future, she will protect you like how she protects Mississippi. This place was not big. Adding that everyone was skilled, the old man did not deliberately lower his voice and it spread out. In an instant, boos came from all around. Little Mute's cheeks were red. She turned her head to the side, wishing she could find a place to hide. You Toad, stop daydreaming. Little Mute is going to marry Mississippi. How can she marry a bumpkin like you? Little Yu said disdainfully. Little Yu, don't be rude to young master. In the carriage, Mrs. voice came again. Thank you, young Master Zichin. I didn't expect young Master's skills to be so extraordinary. Miss is too polite. For the next 2 nights, the old man came over to eat and drink. From time to time, he would tease Zichin a little. Danger did not appear again. It was as if the scene that day was really just a few ignorant thieves who mistakenly entered this place. But Zichin clearly did not think so. Early in the morning, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Everyone continued on their way. Yi Kang's gaze swept the surroundings like cold lightning. He was investigating every movement in the vicinity. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. All of a sudden, the ground around them began to rumble, followed by a series of loud noises. One after another, masked men leaped out from the ground and began to attack the guards who were close by. Chapter 37-32. Blood splattered, dyeing the grass on the ground red. The smell of blood began to spread, and belated cries of alarm sounded. This change came too suddenly, and no one could react. Yi Kang's subordinates were the first to suffer a destructive blow. Screams rang out, and the sound of weapons colliding also sounded. Don't panic, everyone maintain the formation and destroy the enemy with all our might! Yi Kang shouted loudly, his voice reaching the ears of all his subordinates. His gaze swept around like cold lightning. Actually, at this moment, his mind was a little confused because he had never issued the order to attack. Why would there be a sneak attack? Could it be that there were others who had their eyes on this team? The 2 carriages pulled by the strange beast stopped. The 2 coachmen on the carriages were clearly experts. Their expressions were very calm. After stopping the carriages, they closed their eyes again. Buzz! The 4 guards lit up with light, forming a huge shield that protected the 2 carriages. They stayed in the shield and did not make a move. Xiao Yu sat in the first carriage, her face a little pale. Xiao Mua was also protected by the light shield. The chaotic battle had already started, and the killing was intense. However, the side of the carriages was incomparably quiet, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Noah looked at the battle around him, and his expression changed. He asked, "Should we make a move?" Zichin was vigilant of the surroundings. At the same time, he shook his head and said, "No, let's wait and see first." The 3 of them did not move, just standing in place. In the other direction, Yi Kang and the 4 Soul Void Realm experts beside him also did not move. Currently, this was only a battle below the Soul Void Realm. "Look over there!" Shanya's voice suddenly sounded. Zichin turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw that a few guards took out holy talismans while fighting. They stuck the holy talismans on their arms. In the next moment, a powerful aura was released, and their combat strength also increased greatly. It was actually the heavenly power Saint Arm that came from Zichin. Zichin only took a glance before retracting his gaze. At this time, the Soul Void Realm experts had not made a move, but once they did, it would definitely be Thunderous. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded, and a black light like an arrow tore through the sky, heading straight for the first carriage. It was a soul weapon, a Soul Void Realm weapon. Zichen's pupils shrank. He knew that a great battle was about to begin. Inside the chariot, no one moved, allowing the soul weapons to be blocked by the protective light barrier. The soul weapon began to spin at high speed, trying to penetrate the combined defense of the 4, but the effect was not great. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, a few more soul weapons appeared from different directions and struck the protective barrier. The light barrier began to tremble. Zichin was already highly focused. After the previous probing, the other party was naturally fully prepared this time. "Be careful!" He suddenly shouted and immediately looked up at the sky, only to see several figures descending from the sky. At the same time that Zichin discovered them, these people also launched an attack downwards. Zichin leaped into the air with a tap of his foot. Shanya and Noah followed closely behind him. After reaching the sky, Zichin struck out with his palm. A black palm imprint carrying powerful soul power fluctuations shot up into the sky. the sky darkened. Boom! The powerful collision caused the palm imprint to dissipate. Under the impact of the energy, Zi-Chen's figure retreated continuously. Noah and Shan Yu's attacks were also neutralized by the Soul Void realm in the sky at this moment. A total of 10 people descended from the sky. Their attacks did not decrease. The attacks that descended from the sky landed on the protective light barrier. The protective light barrier stirred up countless ripples and started to distort violently before exploding with a bang. The defense was broken, and the chariot appeared. Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside the chariot driver, turned even paler. "Protect the master!" Yi Kang's voice sounded at this moment. His reaction seemed to be a little late. He brought the 4 people who had not moved and headed towards the battlefield in the sky. Around the chariot, the 4 guards who had not moved all took out their weapons and sent the approaching soul weapons flying. Xiaoyu sat in the chariot, her face turning paler and paler. Xiaomua stood at the side, her right hand landing on the hilt of her sword. Her gaze became incomparably sharp. Soul power surged around her body, ready to attack at any time. In the sky, the chaotic battle continued. Zi-Chen was fighting with a soul void realm, evenly matched. Swish! After Noah exchanged blows with his opponent, he retreated to Zi-Chen's side and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is going on?" In the battle, he realized that Zi-Chen did not use his full strength. He seemed to be evenly matched with his opponent, but in fact, he was just being perfunctory. "Something is wrong. Let's observe the situation first and conserve our strength." Zi-Chen's figure flashed and charged towards his opponent again. Soul power began to surge. He exchanged blows with his opponent again. Looks like he just cultivated a strange cultivation method that affected his senses. It's not a big deal. Zi-Chen did not know that after he made his move and completely revealed his realm aura, the hemp-clothed old man who could not see through his realm previously gave him such an evaluation. And behind the hemp-clothed old man, other than the middle-aged man who had followed him before, there were more than 10 soul void realm existences. Seeing that everyone in front of him had joined the battle, the hemp-clothed old man waved his hand and said, "Shahi, go and lure that old man away." The middle-aged man named Shahi's eyes flashed with a bloody light and said, "Actually, I can kill him on the spot. There's no need to go through so much trouble." The hemp-clothed old man shook his head and said, "Act according to the plan." "Yes." There was a hint of regret in the middle-aged man's eyes, but in the next moment, the aura around him became incomparably violent. It far surpassed the Soul Void realm. It was the Soul Void realm. He soared into the sky, his fighting spirit rising. Pressure swept towards the battlefield like a wave. On the intense battlefield, everyone instantly felt an oppressive aura, and their expressions changed. "The Soul Void realm has appeared." Zi-Chen's expression also changed slightly, and his gaze looked towards the coachman on the first carriage. If he was not wrong, that coachman should be at the Soul Void realm. Sure enough, when this aura appeared, the coachman opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he soared into the sky and flew away. Yi Kang was incomparably shocked. He did not expect that the Soul Void realm would appear, but at this moment, he did not forget to take a look at the carriage. He saw that the maid called Xiaoyu seemed to be reaching out to pull the Soul Void realm, but her hand suddenly stopped halfway. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Little Mute again. The latter was fighting a bloody battle, and firmly guarding the carriage. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind. The aura of the Soul Void realm disappeared, and the 2 of them were already far away from the battlefield. This caused the pressure in the hearts of the Soul Void realm to immediately disappear. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, an even more terrifying aura surged over from the distance. When this aura appeared, the pressure on everyone's body rose again. Moreover, all of them seemed to have lost the ability to fly, and their bodies fell one after another. Including Zi-Chen, everyone felt as if they were carrying a huge rock on their backs. At the same time that they were unable to fly, they felt as if they could not even straighten their backs. If the Soul Void realm from before had already made everyone feel an irresistible pressure, Then the aura that appeared now made them feel an intense sense of death. It was as if the god of death was standing beside them, and would reap their lives at any time. This is the human soul realm? Zichen's expression changed greatly. If the Ghost King was also at this realm, then when the two sides met, it would definitely be the day of Zichen's death. Just by sensing the aura, he knew that he was no match for it. At this moment, Zichen suddenly felt a pair of eyes fall on him. At the same time, the pressure of death on his body suddenly disappeared. He immediately turned his head and saw the old man on the second carriage who had eaten a lot of barbecued meat. The old man glanced at him, and then rushed forward. Everyone felt the pressure disappear. Clearly, the human soul realm had met its match. The faces of the guards that Ikang had brought with him were filled with horror. There were actually so many experts in this team. What was the identity of the young lady they were protecting? At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Everyone was fighting. Only the maid Xiaoyu sat alone beside the carriage, looking very helpless. Right at this moment, a soul weapon that came out of nowhere suddenly flew towards Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu was completely unaware that danger was approaching. Just as the soul weapon was about to pierce through her body, a fair hand suddenly reached out from the carriage. Her jade-like hand grabbed Xiaoyu and pulled her into the chariot, causing her soul weapon to miss. It was the young lady that he had never met. "Let's leave this place first." The young lady's voice sounded from the carriage. "We'll leave first. Ikang, your men are in charge of guarding." The strange beast pulled the carriage and ran wildly. The 4 guards also left the battlefield and followed. Xiaoyu was still fighting. Looking at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away, Ikang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zichen, the 3 of you delay them. We'll go protect the young lady." Without waiting for Zichen's response, he led his men and chased after them. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.